Buddy, time has just ticked over 9:30 in the morning, so welcome to the council meeting of Tuesday the 11th of August 2026. Before we start, in the event of an emergency, our staff will guide you to the stairwells located in the centre of the building behind this room, and please follow the illuminated exit signage to the assembly point on Devonport Road. Please all be aware that this meeting is live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. And members, as always, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity. If I can ask to get under the way, Councillor Rolleston, if you're happy to give us a quick...
Morena, thank you, Acting Koromatua, mo te tahi wā. He mihi hoki ki ngā mema o te hapori ko tai mai nei ki te kōrero, so welcome to our members of our community that have come here to kōrero. Kia kaha, kia pai tō kōrero. Nō reira, kia noi tātou, let us pray. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui awaho, tui te here tangata, ka rongo te ao, ka rongo te pō, haumi e, hui e, tā iki.
Thank you, Councillor Rolleston. I'll now quickly call for apologies. We have, as we know, Mayor Mahe Drysdale, Deputy Mayor Jen Schooler, Councillor Rod Taylor away in China at present, and Councillor Hautapu Baker. Can I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Crowther, all those in favour? Against? None. Thank you. Okay. Moving, do we have to even go through these? Public forum, there is none. Acceptance of late items, none. Confidential business to be transferred into the open, there is none. Item 5, change to the order of business. There is no change to the order of business. However, there may be changes to speaking slots through the day. Number 6, confirmation of minutes. There are none. Number 7, declaration of conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest today? There being none, we will move on. Number 8, deputations, presentations, petitions, none. 9, recommendations from other committees. There are none. Fastest council meeting in a while. Getting to item 10, the business, and the first item number 11.1, the hearings report, dog management policy and bylaw and keeping of animals bylaw. We have Sarah alongside me, and we'll take the paper as read today. And also just to all the submitters here today, as Councillor Rolleston said, welcome to you and thank you for coming to present to us today. So, we can get into it. Yep. We can get into it. So the first presenter today is submission number 697, and Duncan Newington, if you can please come forward, sir. Just for everyone that's in the room, and I'll remind you throughout the morning, you have 5 minutes each. So ideally, if you can have your talk in 3.5 to 4 minutes, that will give councillors that want to ask some questions and get some clarity a little bit of time to do that. So welcome, Duncan, and the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm a casual cyclist, a sort of a commuter cyclist, and I've lived in Matua for the last 17 years, and have, since our children were born, we've, frequently cycled the area. The lovely walkway along the harbour frontage that leads into town, out of Matua, out of Ferguson Park, the Daisy Hardwick, and in those years, around COVID time, we've seen an explosion of dogs in our local community, and I served in the Healthy Homes program as a home assessor around Eastern Bay of Plenty and Tauranga Moana, And over that time, I've seen an explosion of animals across the Rohi. And growing up, we had dogs. And what I've also noticed over the course of my lifetime is that the change in ownership behaviours. I grew up understanding that when we had our dog out in public, it was always on a leash. It was always under control. We didn't rely on my dad and myself when I owned dogs in earlier years. We didn't rely on our dog to always do what we wanted it to do. And my own experience in recent years is that on the shared walkways, the majority of the dogs are uncontrolled, and owners don't seem to understand that they are the brains of their dog, and the dogs are just allowed to roam willy-nilly. I've had quite a number of near misses. I haven't actually had a total crash, but I've had uncountable near misses. And this morning, just riding in here this morning, I had one near miss and one where the dogs were just wandered off the path. And I really think something needs to be done around education and also signage. I'm not sure whether bylaws sit on that at the moment, but we really need some education and some signage. Common sense is a rare commodity in this day and age, and I think people just aren't aware. They don't think about others on our shared walkways. And I also think there's another elephant in the room that I'll bring into this, because I think also for us cyclists, we need to look at our behaviours on walkways as well. I think there's a common responsibility on these walkways, and I don't have an e-bike. And I'm just a commuting cyclist, but I see people on, racing bikes. I see groups of people on e-bikes frequently, at high speeds along these walkways. And I really think that this is an opportunity potentially because if this goes through and it does become a necessity for owners to have dogs on leashes, and there's going to be signage, there's an opportunity to also look at cyclist behaviours on shared walkways. And my wife, she's frequently walking over the mount as well with a group of friends, and she says it's a real problem over there. She experiences it on that lovely walkway along the surf beach frontage. I think there's a job of work to do for both parties, I think, to improve the situation on the walkways.
That is awesome. Thank you very much. Is that your time? That's
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So questions from any questions from councillors? Yeah, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you for taking the time to come in and speak to us this morning. One of these perennial problems is you've got to have the bylaw, you've got to have a rule, and then the trouble comes when we try and enforce it. And on your commute in today, we'll have bylaws officers in different parts of the city, but unlike the police, which are spread out a little bit more and in cars and able to attend quickly, we have fewer bylaws and less resources. So it's really a question, how would you, in our position, how would you deal with the lack of resource and having a bylaw is one thing, but enforcing it is really difficult another. How would you approach that?
Yeah, my wife and I were talking about this last night, and I think initially there needs to be an education process. I think I get the regular Tauranga City Council newsletter, email letter. I think it's going to involve some signage. I think inevitably it'll involve some signage. And also, I think we talked about the fact that in the early stages, there would need to be a presence. You know, as this is implemented, there needs to be some presence of they could be bylaws officers accompanied by community volunteers in certain areas. At the entrance, key walkways, like at the entrance to the Daisy Hardwick, at the entrance to Coolum Park or something like that. I think there definitely would need to be some presence type early education in locations, but then I think there'd also need to be some enforcement, a period of enforcement to bed it in, which none of us love, but I think I think if we can get it across the line without going to enforcement, that's great. But inevitably, we're a fairly rebellious bunch, and I think that's part of the problem. Is we want to have it our way a little bit too much. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. Good question, Councillor Morris. So, well, thank you for your time, and we'll move now to our next speaker. So thank you. The next up is Trevor Bloomfield, and he is number 701, which on our pages is 23. So Trevor, again, you've got 5 minutes all up. If you'd like, if you can leave us a minute at the end to ask questions, that would be appreciated. If you want to, thank you.
That one? Okay. Just a quick one in response to the last speaker. I do agree that people in general, we've got to make ourselves aware that on walkways and things like that dogs in areas where there's a lot of people should be on a leash. Totally agree with that. My issue here really is to do with the mount, and especially with the mount dunes and dogs running loose in the dunes. And I'm failing to see a problem with this. I probably walk my dog for an hour every day, and probably 4 to 5 of those days would be on the beach. And I come across a lot of other people who are the same, walking their dogs every morning, every day, and we chat. And we all get to know our dogs' natures. We understand what they're all about. For example, I know that my dog has no interest in birds. I know with 100% certainty, as do other people. And if the dog does have that sort of interest in birds, they would put them on a leash. After all, if they didn't, there'd be consequences for possibly the bird and also for the dog. You've got your powers, obviously. So, so dogs don't really, I can't see that dogs cause any concern to birds. Moreover, on a number of occasions, when there's been a fur seal, for example, in the dunes, we get people coming down the beach and alerting. So straight away, if that happens, bang, the dogs go on leashes. I've seen it on a number of occasions. So I don't really understand what the issues are with a dog, not just running down the beach, but also occasionally going up into the dunes as they do. My dog, for example, the only thing it's got interest in is rats, rabbits, and cats. And for that reason, I actually think he should be encouraged to go in the dunes to keep the cats out, because I see them every morning in the dunes when I go past frequently. And so it seems to me that just every year that there seems to be a little more of the beach which is made unavailable to dog walkers. You're trying to take away the dunes now, which is a big part of where the dogs like to snuffle around. Before that, of course, there's areas down by Leisure Island which we had the confusion of you could go there at certain times of the year and not at others. Now I think it's been changed. I stay away from those areas now altogether because they're just they're too confusing. I agree with the boardwalk. You know, dogs should be on a leash on the boardwalk, and I must admit that I don't always. Sometimes in winter there's hardly anybody there, so maybe I'll let my dog, then he'll snuffle around once again off the boardwalk and just in the dunes. So that's really what I'm trying to say. That's my issue. I do not understand what the issue is with dogs running in the dunes. That's...
Thank you very much again for your time, and Councillor Morris again. Thank you.
I think, again, yeah, thank you for coming and taking the time this morning. When I was a kid growing up, I remember when Papamoa hit 7,000 people and we were bigger than Te Puke. You know, it was a big moment, and I had a little dog which was a German Shepherd sausage dog, German Shepherd Dachshund cross. And you'd go to the beach and you'd look up one end in the winter and then look down the other and you couldn't see another soul. It was an amazing place to grow up. But now we have 38,000 people in Papamoa, over 20,000 people in the Mount, nearly 170,000 people in the city, and well over 10,000 registered dogs. So how do we balance? We're not making any more land, we're not making the beach any bigger. How do we balance greater dog numbers, greater people, but still got the same amount of area for everybody to enjoy? And, you know, there's always the nutcase factor, eh? Like, you know, you'll have responsible dog owners, you'll have responsible pedestrians, but there'll always be the odd person who lets the side down. So how, from your perspective, if you were in my position, how would you deal with it?
Well, possibly there is the odd person who's going to let the side down. But in general, people who take the time to exercise their dogs as much as I do, and hundreds do, they don't let the side down. They care deeply about not just their own dogs, but about the environment as well. I would say during winter, for example, 9 out of 10 people who frequent the beach, the Mount, would have a dog with them. So if you take away that sort of option altogether, you'd have nobody on the beach. So, really, and that's my what I see down there. So, well, there it is as far as the number of people. Beach is huge, you know. It's 37 kilometres long through the Kaituna, and I stay away, as I say, from the main beach area. I'm mainly up around Tay Street through to probably the surf club, Manu, and that's sort of my stamping ground. During summer, you're quite right. Then frequently I won't take them to the beach. They're the times that I don't go to the beach. And same with a lot of other people. Or if they do, they go very early in the morning.
No, thank you thank you for your time. I think we've run out here, but appreciate a very considered opinion, and yeah, you make some good points, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brian Day. Welcome. Good to see you again, and looking forward to hearing your views.
Well, the red light is on already. I put it, no. Have you got me? Loud and clear? Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you about this issue. I've got some notes here and it's entitled Dog Owners. It's not so much the dogs, it's the dog owners that are a problem. My wife and I live at Omanu. We have a grand view of the beach in front of the surf club. We know the traffic that moves along our beach, and we've walked that whole beach from Mauo to Makatu. And so my reason for being here today is to help you folks revise and look at the management of dogs on our beaches, in particular for us, Omanu Beach. At the 2023 census, the dogs in our city alone was 16,000 for a population of about 160,000 at that time. That's one dog per 10 residents. That's a lot of dogs. It means that 9 of those 10 people, though, don't have a dog. And so I believe that it's a hugely imbalanced disadvantage to people that don't have a dog, who want to come down and sit on our beach with their family on a fine day, to have to put up with those folks that decide that they can bring their dogs to the beach and have it off a leash. And that is the sort of behaviour that we need to do something about. So some time ago I had the discussion with Brent Lincoln, who's dog management or animal services management for TCC, and we talked about how possibly you could manage this problem, and Brent suggested and has put into operation a walk-through possibility at Amano Beach, so that folks wanting to walk right along the beach weren't impinging upon the territory that people were sitting on the beach. That's been an abject failure, because whenever you see somebody walking along the beach, even though they're not supposed to be there, the next person coming along thinks it's natural, it's normal, and so dogs are off leashes, dogs are running. Dogs leap out of their cars on the car park at Amano, tongues out, smiling and laughing and gambling, and they're down on the beach. We see that every day. This morning, as I looked out our window, which overlooks the beach, there's a gentleman out there with his dog running. That's fine, but the dog's off the leash, and anybody who doesn't want to be challenged by a dog or have a dog racing at them shouldn't have to put up with that. So when you get into this sort of question, which is what's before you and myself, my task is to do due diligence and to work out what would be a viable alternative. And here is my suggestion to the City Council. The area between 4.4 and 4.8 access ways at Amano is very specific, and it includes the Surf Club beach, or the Amano beach at the end of Surf Road. So if those 2 access ways were a possible place for people with dogs to walk onto the beach on a leash, at the bottom of the 4.4, which is the one most to the north, towards Moa, they would be entitled to turn left and walk on the beach, not right, because right would be dog-free, no dogs. Right is the area in front of the Amano Surf Club. And then going along Ocean Beach Road, further to the west, I guess, 4.8 is the next access way. So you make that one available for people walking dogs, and they can turn to the right, in other words, away from the Amano Beach. You with me? And so you have an area that is dog-free. That means that people who are not comfortable with dogs, people who've got little children who want to play in the sand, the parents or caregivers can be certain that this will be an appropriate place for children to roll around in the sand, not be contaminated by dog feces or wee, not be challenged by big dogs, because sometimes just a big dog is enough of a challenge for children. That would be a workable system. It has to be, though, enforced, and signage has to go in. Currently at Amano Beach, the sign says no dogs. It says no dogs on the beach or foreshore in front of Amano Surf Club. It says between beach access marker 003 and 004, which is the area I'm talking about. Dogs can travel through on a leash, it says, but that's not what's happening. It's an abject failure. I like Brent Lincoln, he's a good guy, but that suggestion didn't work. And primarily it doesn't work because people don't do it, And then other people who don't even bother to read the sign, they just ignore it. I've spoken to people coming through the car park, and I've said, are you aware this is a no-dog beach? And the people say, yes, and they walk on with their dog off the leash. It needs to be enforced. Council needs to put in signage and needs to enforce it.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. We're just over our time, and we do have other speakers. Just quickly, we will have a little bit of a break after the next speaker, so if there's one quick question, I'll allow it, otherwise we'll have to move on. Steve, again.
Sorry, I'm taking all your time, colleagues. Apologies. Mr. Day, sorry, it'd be impertinent for me to call you Brian, given you're my PE teacher at primary school.
Glad you
Should have
survived.
pushed him harder.
Do you reckon it's time for a dog park, a large dog park in Tauranga somewhere? A place where dogs can be off the leash, activities.
Yes, of course.
Dedicated dog park.
Yeah, I don't know if there isn't one. I would have thought somewhere there is a space where that can happen, but certainly it'd be a good thing to have.
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate your time, and we'll take everything into consideration. Thanks. Good to see you again.
Rangatira.
Definitely. Now we move on to Tess. Next presenter is Tess Nesdale. Welcome. And so, as you know, Tess, we've got 5 minutes. If you think you've got questions, you're welcome to talk a bit shorter, but if you take up the 5, probably a bit of a limit for us, what we can do at the back end. Thank you.
I've got the red light here, it's okay. Okay, I first want to congratulate you on all your great cycle trails. I'm a regular user, especially over the Otamotai side of town. It's a really great improvement for what was, and I'm pleased to say too that they're regularly maintained. So that's in the interest of safety too, which is great. And I'm just from the last couple of people I've heard, yeah, it's the people who use these pathways that, you know, we're responsible for their safety. You know, we're sharing these things, and I get it. You know, sometimes there are runners, there are cyclists, there are kids unattached to their parents and they're just small. There are kids and there are babies in pushchairs. You know, there's all manner of people sharing the same path, especially on the weekends. Doesn't seem to be a problem during the week. There's not so many people around. But yeah, there was an incident with my friend who got badly bitten on her leg by a dog who was on a leash, but it was a big dog and the lady was not a big lady, so she had trouble controlling it. So it's still up to individuals, and I guess we can only make people aware that we're not the only people, you know, on this path. We do have to share it, and I don't know if there seems to be, I'm sure there's been publicity about that, and I'm glad to see that kids, like I have an involvement with Matua Primary School, my grandchildren go there, and they often have these bike kind of drills where the kids bring their bikes and they're, you know, showing how to use pathways. They go down to the salt marsh, you know, so that's really good. I guess we have to start there because these are the kids that are going to be using our pathways. Yeah, just great. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
I think you've got us in credit massively. Any questions or any comments? Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to your friend's small injury, sorry to hear. From your perspective and users of all our lovely walkways and cycleways, what do you think is the best approach for us to take to try and restrict, mitigate, improve general dog behaviour?
It's owners, isn't it? We've said that before, just a few minutes ago. I think it's owners. You know, I've seen, you know, incidences which haven't resulted in an accident, but they're still pretty scary. You know, if we're older, you know, well, I'm older, and my friend certainly is older, and we're not so darn quick. you know, to get out of the way, we could just see that dog coming. It just looked fierce, and it just pulled hard and crashed into Anne, and she took quite a few weeks to recover from that wound. You know, so I don't know. I just think you're doing a great job, and you know, we just have to keep awareness up, because you know, it's the dog owners as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And from personal experience, the size of the dog isn't the issue. It's the owner's ability to control the dog is the issue.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need to work on. But finding a solution that works for the whole city, that is the challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're at the end of our first little block. We'll have a short break until Ryan Athol will be up next at 10:08. But councillors, encourage you to go and have a quick chat if there's any other questions or discussion. If you want to talk with the people that have just presented, good time to do so. And thank you very much for people that have been here so far. second, sir, and we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
So Ryan Athol, and he's submitted number 92 for councillors' information. Yep, feel free. Welcome.
Yeah, hi everybody. Right. As a dog owner, I felt it's necessary to bring my thoughts to the council. The only reason I knew this referendum was on because someone told me, and then of course walking down to Fergus Park, as I do every day with my wife, I seen a sign saying that maybe we're going to change the rules. Not are we, maybe. So that's how I knew about the referendum. And of course, that brings the question, the council emails every dog owner every year for their council fees. So why do you keep it a secret about a referendum, what you're planning to do, without telling everybody who's affected? The dog owners are the affected people. You know, that's not democracy. That's a dictatorship you're running. Okay, that's my first grizzle. Council at this stage have made a lot of regulations about walking your dogs, walking, cyclists, all sorts of regulations you keep making. And quite frankly, none of them are policed. In other words, you're sitting here making bullshit that nobody takes any notice and you don't do anything about it. Now, to reinforce that, the council last year had one prosecution, only one, against someone picking up dog poos. I walk every day and pick up everybody's dog poos and rubbish that people leave behind. So why are we sitting here making more regulations that are never going to be enforced, never will be? Are we wasting our time with the council? Yes. Just overpaid bureaucracy, I guess, justifying our jobs. I would like to say at this stage I'm opposed to having dogs on leads along Beach Road and Harbour Drive. At this stage we have a problem. Right down that walkway, which is meant to be one of the showpieces along the beach, of course, but we've got a walkway this wide, 4 feet, 1.2, 4 feet wide. And here we are, we've got two people walking. There's no room for that bloody bike, which is a motorised bike or scooter these days that are absolutely hooning along at horrific miles per hour. Most of them don't have a bell, you have no warning. And now you're saying you've got to have a person with two people walking and a dog with a lead. I don't know where the dog's going to walk, but he'll be walking next to you. So here's my main grizzle. Most of that walkway from Coolan Park to Fergus Park is 4 foot wide. It's bloody ridiculous. That was a footpath which is meant for foot traffic, not bikes. But bikes have a right to fly on it, whatever. And we're not push bikes, we're talking bikes that go 30 to 40 miles an hour. And there's 5% of the bike owners that are totally irresponsible. Beware anyone walking. Beware little kids. Of course, 50 years ago, we had a man come from the council and he used to give our dog a hydatus pill. That's where it all come from. And from there onwards, it was free. And somewhere along the line, the council got the idea that, hey, we can charge, make some more money. And it's got greater and greater. We've got greedier and greedier, bigger and bigger. So we see this happening in Tauranga. We see last year's rate, the collection for dog fees drop 300,000. 300,000 less in fees. Now that's the community saying, I can't afford this, I'm not going to pay the fees, I can't afford it. And if I get a fee, well, who cares? I can't afford that either. Absolutely out of control council. You need to do things that are good for the community. Stop making rules that can't be enforced. Start building infrastructure that is essential for people walking, cycling. And if you can't do that, you should take the cyclists off the walkways that are 4 foot wide. That's how it used to be. They were made footpaths. 50 years ago, we used to make these footpaths this wide for that reason, not for cyclists. In fact, the police used to give you a ticket 50 years ago if you cycled on the footpaths. Right.
That's
In
good.
conclusion-
If you can wrap it up now, please, sir, too. Just give you another 30 seconds.
In
You're over your
conclusion,
time.
we don't need more rules and regulations that can't be applied by. What we need is the council to spend money on infrastructure that'll help everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ryan, any questions? Councillor Roseman?
Thank you, Chair. Mine's in relation to your opening statement around communication and not being aware of this consultation. So for us, as your elected representatives, what is your preferred means of communication? What is your preferred medium that you'd like us to communicate to the public?
You have no trouble sending a rates bill out on the email. What's wrong with letting everyone know that will be affected by email? It doesn't cost anything. You push a button and away it goes.
Thank you.
Everyone I talk to haven't a clue what's going on.
Any further questions? None? Thanks very much, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Sandra Patterson. She submitted number 1688. Welcome, Sandra. So 5 minutes. You're aware, thank you.
Ngā mihi o te ata, he mihi mahana kua whaiwa ki te kōrero kia hau. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a long-term mountain resident and a kaitiaki kuri, a dog owner. We all want the same things, right? Like, I don't want my dog bothering Brian, the earlier guy who walks on the beach with his wife. I don't want my dog bothering our cyclist friends. We all want safe public spaces. Responsible dog ownership, no dogs bothering or harming people. The question is, what kind of policy is best going to achieve those outcomes? The problem with the proposed amendments, as I see it, is that they rely heavily on blanket restrictions, not ban dogs from this park because there's a demonstrated problem at this park, but ban dogs from all parks of historical cultural significance. Not ban dogs from this section of coastal dunes because there are known seabirds breeding there, but ban dogs from the whole lot. One size fits all bans. As you know, the proposed new restriction for the coastal dunes goes right from Moau down to Kaituna. I thought it was 18 kilometres, another submitter said 37. Either way, it's a really, really massive piece of land. It's not identifying where birds are nesting and saying, let's keep dogs out of here. It's banning dogs from the entire coastal dune area in our region. To be clear, I totally agree with banning dogs where birds are known to nest and breed. I would be horrified if my dog were to harm any wildlife. But what does the evidence say about blanket bans? The research consistently points to the same unintended consequences. When off-leash areas become fewer, basically you've got the same number of dogs pushed into smaller spaces. So you're increasing the density of the dog population. And increasing the density of dogs pushes up the risk of all the things we're all trying to avoid. More risk of dog aggression, more risk of dog bites, more risk of conflict between dog owners and non-dog owners. Dog stress goes up, and then you've got more antisocial dog behaviour. My dog, Walter, is a rescue dog. He's a lab cross. His full name is Walter the Brave, ironically named because he's a bit anxious. He's getting better all the time, but sometimes he is afraid when he sees people and he will bark at them. Now, I know he's not going to harm people, but I appreciate that he's large, he's black, and I do not want him even scaring anybody or, bothering them. So I try to stick to spaces with fewer humans. There are 2 off-leash places suitable in my neighbourhood where I go with him. One is the Bay Fair Reserve, a wonderful park, which is effectively a dog park. It acts like one. The other is the coastal dunes near where I live in Ormanu. And on Saturdays after the farmers market, I also walk him in Faulkner Park in Judea. Under the proposed bylaw changes, we would lose access to 2 out of those 3 spaces. Now, this would force me to walk Walter on the actual beach itself, not in the dunes, but on the beach. And I don't want to do that. I don't like to do that because there are lots of people there, like Brian and his wife, who do not want Walter coming up to them and barking. So what is the answer? Rather than applying broad blanket-style restrictions, I'd encourage council, implore you actually, to consider a more targeted approach. If dogs are a genuine documented problem at a particular park, then apply some restrictions to that particular park. In the coastal dunes, in the area where there's no documented evidence of wildlife breeding or nesting, absolutely restrict access to those areas. There is a known, like I know of a place down in Papamoa where there's clear signage about birds nesting, and you can actually see it, it's very obvious, and we stay well clear of that. But where a park or specific part of the dunes is working well, where there's no demonstrated problem, no risk to wildlife, there's little to no public benefit in restricting access, and in fact it may make it actually worse for the public. So I'd respectfully ask the council to say no to blanket restrictions and go to a more targeted, location-specific management.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions for Sandra? Are there been none? Oh, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks for your very thoughtful presentation. I'm going to just see if I can tease out any thoughts, even though you are unsure of your response to the dogs and fence play areas designed for young children and disabled people. Like, how would you, having thought about all the other issues, like, do you have a sort of an initial bit of thinking in terms of how to approach that? Because there are some areas where they're well fenced and the dog owners love it.
Yeah, I think they probably put
and the
unsure
kids
because
do.
I wasn't clear what it was referring to.
Yeah.
If it's like fenced playgrounds, you know, absolutely. I mean, we're animal lovers first and foremost. Most dog owners are responsible. We do not want our dogs bothering people. Furthermore, I would agree with what Brian said earlier about you've got the area in front of Amanu Surf Club, which currently is off limits to dogs, but you can traverse through it. I actually think there's no problem to dog owners to make them go down the corridors on either side of that to then walk dogs like that. So, yeah, I have no problem with restrictions where they are kind of sensible and not that. My objection is blanket restrictions, which just go so much further than needed.
Thank you very much for your time. There been no further questions. We'll move on. Really appreciate that. Next up, we have Juan Brasal, number 833. It looks like he's not here. So, Anita Lord. And Anita's not here as... Okay. Sorry, well, what was... I forgot your name, sorry. Linda, you're up after that. You're welcome to come up now. And so we're going to bring Linda forward, number 190. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. I have to completely agree with the previous speaker, who happens to be a customer of ours, so well done.
Oh, good tag team. That's perfect. We'll give you an extra few minutes as well then.
So I come from a kind of a different perspective than simply legislating, although it is legislating in a way. I think for far too long in New Zealand, we have allowed anyone who wants to do anything they want, and that includes dog ownership. And clearly there are a lot of people who are not capable and responsible enough for dog ownership. I believe as owners of dogs, as potential owners of dogs, we should be licensed, not the dogs. We need to be tested to be able to ensure that we are capable, we have the right property, we have the right attitude, and we can care for the dogs properly. There are so many people out there that don't and can't. And a lot of our problems are the result of that. I think I'm a responsible dog owner. I do let my dog off leash on the walkway between Judea Road and Waihi Road, which is part of the Daisy Hardwick. And we come across walkers, we come across cyclists, often at speed. We have not, touch wood, as yet had any sort of accident or near accident. My dog is fairly well controlled, I would say. He's not perfect. He's a dog. But he is fairly well controlled and will stop on command, which I always keep him in sight, which a lot of people don't. And it does cause problems, I acknowledge that. But I think that if we can get to a situation where people have the ability and the requirement to train themselves and their dogs properly, we will be a lot better off. There are 2 dog training clubs in the Tauranga area, the Mount Dog Training Club and the Tauranga Dog Training Club, and they both run puppy schools and early learning classes for dogs that are very well populated. So there are people out there who are training their dogs. I think many of these proposals punish the good dog owners and do nothing to stop the bad dog owners, the careless dog owners. And like many of the other speakers, I struggle to see how you would police it. It's just not something that we can police. Particularly, I am concerned about your active recreational ban. Not concerned, but is this not the same as the 10-metre rule for playgrounds? And on the 10-metre rule for playgrounds, we have a 10-metre rule that you can't take your dogs any closer to a playground, but then you build the pathways right next to the playground that we walk along. How do we reconcile that? So there needs to be some logic in where the pathways are built and where the playgrounds are built. I certainly have no quibble with active recreational zones being banned for dogs. That's just logical. But again, signs that go up are not red, and they provide a very good background for the taggers. And many of our signs on the walkways are tagged to the point where you can't read them. So signs alone do not work. It comes back to me for the fact that people who own dogs should be registered, and they should be people who are prepared to train, prepared to look after and control their dogs. And just on one of the other issues that this bylaw change is talking about, cats. I think all cats should be neutered and have microchips. I don't think there is any reason that a cat should not be neutered and microchipped. And that way we can tell them between pets and ferals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your considered points. Hopefully that's generated a bit of interest and we can have a good chat on a couple of these items. Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Linda, for your submission. In respect of the idea for the owners of dogs to be licensed, have you researched or are you aware of anywhere in the world where that is actually the normal practice?
No, I haven't researched that, but that's no reason for Tauranga not to be a leader.
Can I say something on that?
Yes.
And when it came,
You need to turn it on.
that one, right hand. Cheers. And looking, when it came to paying my dog fine, I was looking at what was happening in other councils, and the Tauranga Council, fee, the fees that we pay are like, in some cases, twice as high. And so I was looking at what happens in other councils, and there were several where if you go through a sort of a, not exactly licensing, but sort of a responsible dog ownership program or check, then you pay lower. And I mean, a financial incentive is a really good idea. And so I think that is a way that you could, lower the cost for a lot of us and get a lot more buy-in to responsible dog ownership.
May I speak to that?
Yes, you can.
Dogs New Zealand, which is the overriding organisation that looks after dog breeding and the dog training clubs, has, and it's a worldwide program, it's called Canine Good Citizen. My dog is a bronze. We're working through the silver and gold levels. This is awarded to dogs for their behaviour out in the world. And you train for it, and you get tested for it, and you get a certificate. This could be something that Tauranga perhaps starts with in requiring all of their dog owners to put their dogs through this. And it's accessible from the dog training clubs around the country.
Yeah, Councillor Kurak again.
I think those, the dogs whose owners are probably less responsible, probably wouldn't take advantage of such training programs, and that would be
that is the trouble. Hurdle. And that is why we need, I think, legislation that says you simply can't have a dog unless you are registered, you as the owner. And it will take a while to clean it up, but we could get there.
Councillor Crowther.
Just following up on that, there are councils like Taupo that have responsible owner status, but it's not so much in their ability to handle their dogs, but more in the provision. I think on their website it's talking about either to have the appropriate fencing or to have an inside dog if it's a small dog at all times. So there are various criteria that are more around the, I suppose you'd say, the infrastructure as opposed to the actions of the owner. So would you see that as perhaps an interim step that might be appropriate to, because I think taking on the whole thing in one go may be quite a big step, or will require quite a lot more consultation.
I think that would be a first step. I think people having properties that they can retain their dog on is a first step, especially if they're not prepared to train them. Keeping dogs inside permanently, no, I don't agree with that. I think that's a bad thing. A dog needs to sniff.
Yeah, that was a provision, I think, for those who were in, I imagine people who had a small dog that was not in a position to be outside without being unfenced. I think that was why they put that in.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Look, we will start to wrap that up, but I'll just say in closing on one comment about the, and it's probably just my observation, I don't know, and there'll be exceptions to this, but sometimes with our limited green space in the city, there's an unavoidable clash of a footpath being close to a park. So I suppose there's a difference between someone transitioning past versus stay and play, and that's probably one of the things that we have to work through, but certainly understand that that's a frustration. Thank you very much for your time. Could I say just
one more thing? Tauranga does not have any designated dog parks, and it is well behind Western Bay in that, and it is something that we desperately need.
Thank you very much for your time. I see also now that Anita Lord has joined us, so welcome, Anita. And you've got 5 minutes, and hopefully that includes question time. But we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so don't feel too pressured.
Morena. So yes, I'm Anita. No, this one. There we go. So Morena, I'm Anita. I have lived in Royal Palm Estate for the last 25 years. So I've been a very regular walker myself. in the Papamoa Water Reserves waterways in this time, both for fitness, for having 3 children growing up, and in the last 2 years as a dog owner. I also have done a lot of biking in the reserves over the years, mountain biking, and I still commute to work in Papamoa, Bay Radiology, and the Mount Maunganui branch as well, so I commute on those tracks as well. So I'm an active member of Mountain Bike Tauranga, and I was also one of the first life members of the club too. So today I'm here to speak as a dog owner and a cyclist in the Papamoa waterways. So I walk my own dog, which is a little sausage dog, and 2 of my daughter's dogs, which is a Border Collie and a Golden Retriever. And on most occasions I walk them all off lead. They're responsive to commands, and I feel confident that they're all under control. The only time I have had to walk my dogs on lead is when my daughter's dog was on heat. She was not happy with other dogs, so she was on lead the whole time until she was off lead and wasn't a problem with other dogs. So I've never had an issue in 25 years walking around the Papamoa waterways. And I mean, not as a dog owner for a long time, I never had an issue either. I would be devastated to see a rule change in this area saying that we had to have dogs on lead. They actually, especially the big dogs, they actually get to run and exercise. Obviously, it's not just a path, it's a rather large park area the whole way through, so they can well and truly get exercise. It's wide enough to accommodate both cyclists, walkers, dogs. As a cyclist, when I'm approaching dogs, children, other people, I'll always slow down and be cautious. Dogs and children are all unpredictable. So I ride an e-bike, so I can ride quite fast, but I'll always drop my speed when approaching dogs, children or anyone, and it is the responsibility of cyclists to take this action, as it is a shared pathway and bikes now are able to travel at great speeds. As a dog owner, I do the same. If I see a bike approaching, I always call my dogs off to the side of the path and make them wait until a bike has passed. And I see many dog owners do this as well. Now, this is what a shared pathway should look like. Education and signage saying this is an expectation could be increased, or other types of awareness in the community, because that obviously is an issue. E-bikes have been reintroduced in biking to a much older population, and they're regular users of the waterways. However, many of these cyclists do not have good bike skills, and I see many accidents in this area. I'm a radiographer, so I can quite easily speak from that. I do. Not saying it's a bad thing. It's great that so many people are out biking, but they unfortunately do often lack the skills to be biking on e-bikes at great speed, because a lot of them just are biking too fast for the lack of skills. It is an area actually I'm going to bring up with Dirtcraft, who are a bike training up at our mountain bike club. They're a professional organisation, and I think it's a loophole that he probably should be catering to, offering some lessons and what have you to this population. So mainly due to the fact that they're on e-bikes, therefore doing a good speed, don't have the skills to cater to that. I'd imagine dogs would get the blame for some of these accidents. However, in most instances, it would be the lack of skills for the speed they're going rather than the dogs themselves. Like I said, I cut my speed and totally cautious around dogs or children. I filled out the survey and I agree with dogs being expected to be on lead in some areas. On busy walkways like down the Mount, on the boardwalk, the Daisy Hardwick boardwalk, in town, and areas where there's lots of people. Absolutely, I wholeheartedly agree. But the Papamoa waterways themselves, I do not agree. It's an area that doesn't have heaps of people. There's plenty of space for dogs to run off lead, to cater to walkers and to cyclists. Everyone does just need to realise it's a shared pathway and be respectful. I mean, it's a beautiful waterways. I feel blessed to have the privilege to walk there. I've loved seeing it improve over the last 25 years, and I look forward to continue walking my dogs off lead in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Anita. Yeah, a bit of time, if anyone's got any. I'm sure Councillor Morris, Papamoa.
Thank you, Anita. I think did you do ultrasounds?
Not ultrasound, but yes,
Well,
I work in the same place.
Ultrasound, but it was
Yeah.
different ultrasound. Okay. If everybody was like you as a dog owner, there wouldn't be any issues at all, and I don't think we'd need any rules. But it's like anything. It's that antisocial, behaviour where it's that 1%, that spoil it for everybody else. How would you suggest we clamp down on those with the limited resources that we have?
I know, it is a difficult one, and like you say, it's always the minority that ruin it for everyone. So 95% of people out there are actually doing a good job. I mean, everyone is either walking their dogs on lead if they're not comfortable having them off lead and aren't in control. They literally will leave them on lead. The people who do have them off lead, I don't have a problem with because they haven't actually been an issue. And that's from a non-dog walker and now a dog walker. But it's sad if that few percent actually ruin it for the majority. The minority shouldn't ruin it for the majority who are doing it right. How you do that, I don't know, because I've never ever seen an enforcement officer on the tracks in 25 years, so I've never ever seen anyone fined. Obviously, it is a limited resource out there. Speaking to the discussion before about dogs being expected to go to classes, it's not a realistic thing to even expect. I may have done that with my dogs and what have you, but there's plenty of the population that aren't going to be like that. So I don't think even trying to do something like that would be a realistic thing to broach. But I don't know how you cater to that. But I would hate to see the minority ruin it for the majority. Yeah. Thank you.
Just before you go, Anita.
Yep.
Now we're making you stay as opposed to pushing you on, but I just wanted to just clarify for you, the Papamoa discussion is around the new shared pathway, not the waterways. So the waterways I don't think are part of this.
Oh, the one on the waterfront?
Yeah, it's the one that Steve got through on us last year, so... but I think the waterways.
From Domain Road to Parton Road?
But the waterways I don't think are part of the
We had a little... Sorry, is it all right if I pop in here?
Sorry, you're going to contradict me. Don't do that,
No,
please.
no. We just had a little mix-up with the signs. So our city ops team unfortunately popped the signs up on the waterways
by accident.
by
It did go on
accident.
the waterways because that's where I saw it.
We pulled them immediately, but then I went through the submissions and tried to find people who mentioned the waterways, but unfortunately I didn't notice yours and correct it.
Oh, that's good to hear.
But yeah, so the proposal was for the Papamoa Coastal Path. So unfortunately we just had a walkway mix-up there for...
Because that is where I saw the sign on our waterways, and it was there literally for probably 2 days, and I thought, that's not giving people enough notice.
You can. Oh, well, so that's a little bit of relief.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I suppose if we're talking about that, it's still not busy enough for me to say that you need to have dogs on lead. I've walked my dogs on that path as well, off lead, but yeah. It is close to the road, however, so I'd understand it if that did become a rule.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have a break now, and back the next speaker will be at 10:59, so if you get back in here a minute before that, that'll be Rose Riley. Thank you. A little bit of a procedural issue that we need to address before we get back into the listening to the public.
Thank you. As Councillor Schuler mentioned, we've just got a small procedural matter that we should have covered off at the beginning of the meeting, and we need a mover and a seconder to have Councillor Schuler as chair of today.
There's none. There being none, we're over.
Yeah. Oh, we've selected a chair for the meeting.
Is that good? Well,
Who moved, sorry?
Okay, apologies to all those in the public that are listening for the flippancy. Serious procedural motion. So we have a mover and a seconder, and Councillor Kurak and Councillor Crowther, and being procedural, there'll be no discussion. All those in favour? Those against? There being none, thank you. So we're on track. I'll just get my computer back up. Has Hemi switched my computer again? Back on track now. So we are, next speaker up is Rose Riley. Welcome, Rose. You have 5 minutes, you may have heard. If you can sort of do your speak in 3.5 to 4, that will give us a little bit of time for questions. And just have the red button on and you're good to go. Welcome.
Red button. Kia ora koutou. I'm Rose Riley from EnviroHub. I do the predator-free and Space for Nature programs. I'm here to ask you to consider some cat management bylaws. I'm going to read, but happy to answer questions. Predator-free Bay of Plenty strongly urges Tauranga City Council to incorporate comprehensive cat management provisions in the keeping of animals bylaw. Excluding cats from this framework overlooks the growing community challenges that cats pose and the pressing environmental impacts, while missing a critical opportunity to establish clear standards for responsible pet ownership. Feral cats are living in the city. At Predator-free Bay of Plenty, we regularly hear of sightings of feral cats and continuous reports of wild cats. With feral cats now officially included in the National Predator-free 2050 strategy, thorough local policies are needed to distinguish companion pets from unknown or feral animals. So, keeping companion animals safe, companion cats safe. A cat management policy would bring huge benefit to companion cats and their owners. Desexing companion cats significantly improves health outcomes and reduces the viral impact of FIV. Microchipping, another step to take, and registering with the National Companion Animal Register enables lost companion cats to be distinguished from feral cats and enables them to be reunited with their owners. And restricting of roaming protects companion cats from hazards like being hit by cars, dog attacks, cat attacks, fights, disease transmission. So there's some valuable reasons for cats and their owners to keep them safe with bylaws. Now I come to the impact of cats on biodiversity. While cats are precious pets, they're also highly efficient introduced predators. Regardless of their ownership status, their hunting instincts pose a devastating threat to native birds, bats, lizards, and invertebrates. Many owners have no comprehension of the impact their cats have on our taonga species. Without localised control measures, cat predation risks undermining the extensive predator control efforts currently funded and managed by council, community groups and private landowners. Based on the 2024 Companion Animals New Zealand report and the 2023 census, there are an estimated 38,000 to 41,000 companion cats living in Tauranga City. Multiple NZ tracking studies, including research from the University of Otago, have proven that cats only bring home about 20% of what they actually kill. So that's 1 in 5. So cat owners really see the full extent of what their cats are doing. Cats are pretty smart. So, you know, if someone sees them bring home a bird or a lizard, that's a small amount of what they're probably actually killing. In Tauranga Moana, we have extensive special ecological areas, the SEAs, with species that need protection from all forms of introduced predators. We have a number of vulnerable populations of taonga species, including the turitu-whatu, which is the New Zealand dotterel, the kuaka, which is the bar-tailed godwit, the makatu hurirepo, which is the Australasian bittern, the moho pereru, banded rail, mātata, fernbird, and the ruru, of course, the moorpork. Native skunks and geckos are also at risk. These lizards have no natural defences against mammalian predators and are often hunted, even if a cat is well fed. They like to play with them. A crucial taonga species that is home in Mount Maunganui is the grey-faced petrel, or the oi. The oi colony is one of the few surviving mainland breeding colonies in Aotearoa. So we need to protect it. Due to their nocturnal habits, I don't know if any of you have seen the petrel. They're very clumsiness on land, and they burrow underground. They're completely defenceless against a hunting cat. Breeding pairs of oi lay only 1 egg per year. So the predation of a single chick or adult has a massive multi-year impact on local population survival. We're very fortunate to share Tauranga Moana with these endangered treasures. And Predator-Free Bay of Plenty would like to remind Council that under the Resource Management Act and the Tauranga Taurikura Environment Strategy, Tauranga City Council has a clear statutory and strategic responsibility to maintain Indigenous biodiversity and protect our unique ecosystems. And also through the commitments to kaitiakitanga and local iwi management plans, the Council is responsible for actively safeguarding local taonga species. So aligning Tauranga with national best practice, cat management standards at the local level, currently 28 local authorities across Aotearoa have successfully integrated cat management into the animal bylaws. Typical measures include compulsory microchipping, mandatory desexing, and reasonable limits on the number of cats permitted per household. Some councils have introduced bylaws stating pets cannot create a nuisance, a health risk to neighbours. That's Auckland and Marlborough. Implementing these tools in Tauranga will align the city with nationwide standards, future-proof local policy against upcoming national eradication strategies, and protect our native wildlife.
Rose, if we can finish up quickly. Yes, we're just a little bit over.
Oh, sorry, okay. So the things that would be great to do is mandatory desexing. That turns the tap off. Basically, there's a lot of unwanted cats that are dumped and they keep feeding the wild population. Progressive wild populations become the feral cat population. So I'd say that was the huge one. Microchipping will help differentiate between the feral cats and companion cats, which is really important. Now that feral cats are on the list, people will want their cats returned to them. And we just suggest implementing a phased-in approach so people get used to the idea, but perhaps prioritising immediately mandatory curfews for properties bordering the SEAs and Maua Reserve.
Thank you very much.
Sorry I took too long.
No, that's okay. It might limit a bit of our question time, but I think you did get your message across very well, so I appreciate your time. There being no questions, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Rose. Next up, we have 1344 submission, number 1344, Richard James. Welcome, Richard.
Right. My name's Richard James and I represent Tauranga branch of Forest and Bird. Locally and nationally, community groups are reducing predators and restoring forests and reserves. This is increasing the number of birds that are surviving and going on to breed. We have more dotterel appearing on our beaches looking for somewhere to breed due to the success of community efforts in the Coromandel and Matakana. As our native birds return to the whenua in which they used to live, there is a conflict between them and us. Kiwi have been found in chicken runs, in backyards and crossing roads where they are not expected. Dotterel are nesting in paddocks, on dunes and on beaches. When we have gone to the effort to protect the environment and to help the birds survive, seeing them being killed on our roads and beaches is defeating the purpose of all we do. Thus, we are left with a wicked problem. How do we humans and our native species coexist, share the space on the same beaches and reserves we all love? We start with the rules we set for ourselves that guide us in our behaviour and set out the values we hold for our environment. We support the banning of dogs in coastal dunes. While most people think of dotterel as nesting on the beach, we do have birds nesting in the dunes and on paddocks. A member of the public had to explain why walking your dog on the dunes past signs saying nesting dotterel was not a good idea. Having rules in place helps us educate the public about what is happening and why it is important. We would also like dog owners to be aware of signs used by our volunteer groups that indicate an area where dotterel are breeding. Then to keep their dogs on a lead within 50 metres of the sign. As more people learn that fledglings cannot fly, they'll realise the importance of keeping dogs on leads around nesting birds. We support extending the current seasonal dog restrictions on Mount Main Beach, including Shark Alley, to be year-round and to include the grassed area alongside the beach. This is a major breeding area for dotterel along the stretch of coastline. Considering the number of people that use this beach, breeding has been very successful here. This shows the effort put in by DOC, the Western Bay Wildlife Trust, the Surf Club and other beach users who work around and support the effort to protect the dotterel. It also shows that with no dogs around, how excluding dogs has a major influence on the success of the breeding. Dotterel breeding is more successful here than the rest of the coast down past Papamoa. Dotterel are returning to the beach earlier, and a complete ban means there's no confusion over the timing of the ban. We have dotterel at Papamoa now. They arrived at the end of July and they're checking out their nesting site. We support including a cat bylaw. The Ashburton District Council is proposing a requirement for cats over 4 months old to be microchipped, registered and desexed. Under the proposed new section of the bylaw, existing cat owners would have just over 6 months to comply with the desexing, microchipping and registration. I have here that there are 25 councils, but I'm happy to go back with the other one and say 28 councils. Not finding difficulties enforcing these rules. Most people are aware of the difference between domestic cats and feral cats, aware of the number of feral cats and the advantages for our domestic cats in reducing the stray and feral cat populations. Using trail cameras to observe wallaby, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council in their wallaby eradication program, they were surprised at the number of cats they saw. One pregnant cat dumped near a reserve or a forest or just let go can produce a litter of feral cats. In 2021, Whangarei District Council consulted the public about new cat regulations. Of the 1,412 submissions received, 1,318 supported desexing, while 1,287 supported compulsory microchipping and registering. A keeping of animals bylaw created under the Local Government Act is currently the best tool available to district and city councils for regulating domestic cats, which then stops the path that leads to feral cats and stray cats. I've got a magazine here from 2022, and it talks about, the article says, it's time to talk about cats. That's 2022, it's now 2026. We're past talking, it's time to act. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and a little bit here. Any questions from councillors on comments? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Just the key issue, perhaps, from a council perspective is enforcement. And so would you favour having a like an increased rates take to sort of cover these costs? You know, I guess it's just trying to delve into what would be the model you would support.
I think with one of the ones I was reading, they set aside about $80,000 for a person to mainly educate. So if people know it's there, I know we're going to get the majority of responsible owners that will start doing it straight away. In fact, most responsible owners have probably already done it. We have, just not the registering. So I don't think it would be a big cost if you worked at it in an education first process.
Thank you very much, Richard. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Now, the next speaker is Dr. Jessica Walker, speaking for Dr. Anya Dale, and she is speaking on two topics, and so we're allowing a bit longer here. So I believe you're talking dogs and fireworks, is that right?
Dogs, cats and fireworks.
Dogs, cats and fireworks, there you go.
3 submissions.
3 submissions, but you've got, we've allowed just over 10 minutes, so when you're ready, we're ready to listen. Councillors, this is number 622.
I'm ready if it works, yeah. So thank you very much for having me here this morning. I've been told that I'm to talk about the public places and street use bylaw first. Is that what you have on your schedule?
We will take your lead. We're happy. We're listening. We're all ears.
Okay, amazing. All right. Well, as you said, my name is Dr. Jessica Walker and I'm here today representing SPCA. I am joined by our local centre manager in Tauranga, Andrea Crompton, and I will take up the first bit of time just speaking about the public places and street use bylaw. So as you'll be aware, I've spoken to you a couple of times about this in recent past. SPCA advocates for a ban on the private sale and use of fireworks in New Zealand, predominantly due to the distress and harm that they cause to animals. We strongly support your current proposal to restrict the use of fireworks in public places in your street use and public places bylaw. We think that this is a practical step that protects animals, people and the environment. As you know, fireworks cause predictable and preventable harm, and it's more than just an animal welfare issue. Fireworks cause harm to the community. In 2024, there were 166 fireworks-related fires, which was a 56% increase on the previous year, and the police responded to over 1,600 fireworks-related incidences. So fireworks place unnecessary pressure on emergency services and create avoidable risks for people, property and public safety. We also know that responsible owners cannot fully protect their animals from fireworks. So a common response that we hear is that owners should simply manage their animals, but unfortunately the evidence shows that this is not enough. Medication for companion animals is the most effective when given before fireworks begin. The problem, of course, as you know, is that fireworks can be used at any time throughout the year, and owners often have no warning. And then, of course, we have our larger animals that can't simply be relocated to safer locations. We can't just bring our horses and cows inside, and we can offer no protection for our wildlife. So prevention is more effective than expecting animal owners and the community to continually manage this unpredictable problem. I've talked about wildlife before, but I just want to reiterate that wildlife are often forgotten in these discussions. So unlike our companion animals, they cannot be brought inside. Research clearly demonstrates that there are significant impacts on birds during breeding season. We know that Guy Fawkes falls in New Zealand in spring, which is our nesting season, and wildfires and debris also have an effect on habitats and marine environments. Our proposal isn't unusual, and as you will be aware, numerous councils already regulate fireworks in public places. In the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, they already restrict fireworks in reserves and parks. And by taking action here today to regulate fireworks in streets and public places in Tauranga City, you are taking a step towards improving both animal welfare and community, whilst allowing professional displays to still continue. Your decision now is really important. It matters more now than ever. Most recently, you're probably aware that Parliament recommended a national ban on the private sale and use of fireworks. Unfortunately, the government responded to that recommendation and has chosen not to progress it. So really, local councils are our main way to be able to reduce harm at this time. And you have an opportunity today to join a growing list of councils that are introducing restrictions through bylaws. As I've said, this is not simply an animal welfare issue, it's a public safety, environment and community wellbeing issue, but it also does deliver significant animal welfare benefits. That's it for fireworks. Any questions?
Questions of Dr. Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you for your presentation. You quoted some figures and many councils. Do you know what many is? Is that percentage-wise? Is that most councils or?
It's a fair few. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but we do have a list in the back of our submission that shows you exactly which councils have bylaw restrictions in place and whether they apply to street use and public places bylaws or they are applied to sort of reserves and parks under a different set. Yeah.
Good. Councillor Crowther. Sorry.
Yeah, given what the government did, and I know New Zealand First Leader is saying that will be, what was the word, like will be basically sorted out immediately after the election. But how much of a difference, if we go ahead and put this in place, how much difference do you think it will make compared to the bigger picture of banning public sales?
I think there's no guarantee that we'll see a ban nationally anytime soon. So I know Winston Peters is a supporter, and that's great. But there isn't a lot of appetite within the current government, and even if with the new government after the election, they do progress that, implementing a ban, that can still take years of legislative development. So you have an opportunity to introduce something that can be effective from this Guy Fawkes. Yeah.
Thank you. No more questions on that. We'll keep moving. So on to part two.
Yes. Thank you very much. So now I'm going to talk to you about the Keeping of Animals bylaw and your dog control bylaw and policy. So I'm going to spend most of this time talking about cats. Now I know you've already heard a bit about cats from the previous speakers, and I just wanted to start, before I launch into sort of our recommendations around cats and why we think cats should be incorporated into a bylaw, I just want to talk about what we know about companion cats already. So we know that around 96% of companion cats are already desexed. That's a really high number. That's across New Zealand. And almost 3/4 are microchipped. So what this tells us is that companion cat owners are very responsible in New Zealand. And so the recommendations that I'm going to make and talk about are not aimed at responsible owners. They are aimed at, to establish a consistent community expectation and address that relatively small population of cats that contribute disproportionately to overpopulation, nuisance and welfare problems. And these are the cats that we see in our centres. Just trying to work out how I use this. So I also just wanted to point out before I move on that stray cat numbers are not known in New Zealand. There are some estimates. The estimates are very old. So we actually don't know how many stray cats there are. And you've probably already heard this morning that feral cat numbers range from something between 2 million and 14 million. Again, we have no idea in New Zealand what they are. But what we do know is that where there are more people, there are more stray cats. do a few things here, and I forgot to, click the little things to make you see all the bits and pieces there. But moving right along. So at SPCA, we see the consequences of those that are not responsible. Year round, our organisation takes in 20,000 cats and kittens across New Zealand every single year. Many of these are the direct or indirect result of companion cats not being desexed. So that small number that are not desexed are having a big impact. They're also often not microchipped, and they therefore can become lost after they roam. Around 30% of the kittens that we receive arrive in poor health. And we have seen these figures remain relatively stable over the years. So yeah, they fluctuate by a couple of thousand, but pretty much we can say 20,000 every year. So this really demonstrates why upstream interventions are needed. Here in our local Tauranga Centre, we receive around 127 to 130 stray cats and kittens every year. Now, desexing is important. We see benefits to cats from not having unplanned litters of kittens. So repeated litters can be really hard on the health of the female cat and can contribute to surrender to animal shelters. But desexing is also the key measure we have to move from individual cat benefits to population benefits. And I heard one of the speakers earlier say this is one of the tools we have to address the stray population, and they're absolutely correct. I really just wanted to talk a little bit about the different types of cat populations as well while I'm here today and how they interact together. I just wanted to point out how companion cats feed into both the stray and the feral populations. So undesexed companion cats feed into the stray population through unplanned litters and unwanted litters. Those kittens become stray cats, they themselves produce litters. Those kittens can feed into the feral population where stray cats are living on that border between stray and feral cats. So that's our sort of more unsocialised stray cats. So stray cats exist on a continuum of quite social, being very reliant on people to directly feed them, to less social but still relying on human sort of waste and products around too as their main food source. So this is why we advocate for, there hasn't been 5 minutes, is that my last 5 minutes?
You were getting close, so yeah, if you can sort of work through that.
Okay. So by desexing companion cats, we are effectively turning off the tap, and that continually feeds into the stray and into the feral population. So microchipping is a really important tool that means that lost or injured cats can be reunited with their owners quickly. It helps us to distinguish own cats from stray cats. So if there are situations where there is trapping or removal of stray cats, microchipping is important to distinguish those that are actually owned from those that are not. Microchipping is only effective when you combine it with microchip registration. So that means putting the cat and the owner's detail onto a national database so that when the microchip number is read, it is linked to a person. SPCA also supports responsible cat containment, and we really encourage councils to support cat owners to keep their cats at home or on their property. This is often viewed as a wildlife issue, but is equally an animal welfare issue. So cats that remain at home are less likely to be injured by vehicles, fight with other cats, contract infectious diseases, or become lost. You've heard a little bit about the number of bylaws that exist already in New Zealand. We have desexing and microchipping bylaws, we have desexing alone bylaws, and we have microchipping alone bylaws, and we also have 19 councils with cat limits. Our submission also recognises that regulation alone won't solve cat overpopulation, so education, affordable desexing programs and community engagement are really important tools. And we encourage you to consider improving the recording of cat nuisance complaints, such as fighting, spraying, toileting in neighbours' gardens, all of those things that people don't like. And then my very last slide is just going to quickly focus on the dog part, the dog bylaw as well that we submitted on. And really just to point out that we support the restriction of dog access in specific areas where there is a credible threat to vulnerable wildlife. So specifically we support the banning of dogs in coastal dunes and extending the current seasonal dog restrictions in Shark Alley to be year-round. We also support a requirement for dogs to be kept on leash in cemeteries rather than banning dogs in cemeteries altogether. We think this might be the only accessible green space for some dogs to access. We support prohibiting dogs on active recreation equipment such as skate parks and basketball courts. And we support requiring leashing of dogs on some shared pathways and urban parks where there is a greater evidence of conflict between path users and people walking dogs. And finally, we broadly support requiring a licence to keep more than 2 dogs over 3 months of age at a property and introducing licensing for commercial dog walking in public spaces. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that, and thanks for moving through it at haste. Sounds like you've probably got another 100 things you could educate us on as well, but we do have a little bit of time, councillors. Hayley Dunbar appears to be a no-show, so any questions? Sure there'll be a bit from that, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Just one on the chipping and your stats around improvements. Are you saying you get about a 2% uplift for those who haven't chipped if it becomes compulsory of those who have not already chipped? Now, just getting that clear in my head. Yep. So it's not a big improvement really, is it? If we were to enforce it, we've still got a lot of people that don't. And in general, I'm supportive as an ex-rural person, but what's the major reason for people who don't do it?
Yeah, so I think just remember this is obviously where there was a new bylaw introduced, so it does take some time for people to get on board with a new bylaw, and this would have taken an educative approach and had a buy-in time. And of course, remember that, you know, almost 3/4 of cats are already microchipped with, you know, 96% already desexed. So a lot of people would have already done it. So actually, where you've got that low uptake, I think that's, you know, those are the people that we're already struggling to get over the line. And this is another tool to help encourage, this is the behaviour that we want to see with those few that aren't done. Yeah. Other things that I don't know if the survey took into account were what other things were put into place to help people get over the line. So was there subsidised desexing? Was there subsidised microchipping? We know that cost is a barrier. So there's 2 main barriers to microchipping and desexing. One is the cost. The second is I just haven't got around to it yet, which, you know, we may see here as well with slower take-up. So, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Your generosity is outstanding. Do you notice any difference between cats wandering depending on where they are in the city? So those on the fringes with large green space versus those who live in highly dense areas? Do you have?
It just depends on where the food source is, to be honest. So often the higher density areas, there's going to be more of a food source. And you might even know of pockets around Tauranga where there are. I certainly do. But again, in the verge of that green space, there can, you know, if you've got a tip next to a virgin green space, you might get more cats there. It just really depends on what resource is there to attract them. Yeah.
Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, thank you for the submissions. In terms of the chip and snip, kind of, you know, addressing that barrier,
catch on.
Do you think that, like, do you have any evidence in terms of the cost per, say, 10,000 residents or something? You know, would that be a significant cost to our council, or do you think that just a bit of an education campaign, you know, a couple of days a year where there's a partnership with SPCA and some of the vets, that we could do that cost effectively?
Yes, absolutely. It really depends on the approach that you want to take, and councils take different approaches. So what we see in some councils is they take an approach of setting aside, say, $10,000 every year for 3 years, and they partner with us to deliver a desexing and microchipping program. And I can't tell you off the top of my head how many cats that desexes, but I can send through information on that. Other councils just take an educative approach. Other councils, we heard earlier, they might implement an education officer, which is to encourage those people that are not getting the uptake to actually, you know, sign up and come in. I think the cost is a really interesting question, and I note that you raised it before. I think one of the things that I'd really like to point out in this is it's up to you the approach that you take and how much investment you would want to put onto it, and also, you know, what ratepayers were willing to cover. But I think it's important to note that at the moment, the cost is being covered by the community. So companion cat owners that are not desexing their cats and microchipping, they don't have any cost. They're ignoring. They're just, you know, there's no cost on them to own that cat. Instead, we are paying for dealing with the consequences of that decision. So in some ways, by introducing this, you are putting the cost back onto the owner. And often with our snip and chip programs, we will have a subsidised approach where they will pay $30, we'll pay the rest, or you guys would contribute an amount. There's still the charge of $30. And so it is putting some of that cost back into them in a subsidised way.
Thanks very much. I think through the chair, I think they're key points. And I asked the questions because a lot of people out there ask them, but I think, there's definitely different ways of looking at it, and you've raised that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crowther. No further questions? Well, thank you very much for your time. And
thank you. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
Great presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, I spoke a bit fast there for you guys, but someone was pressuring time.
Hopefully you didn't feel too pressured, but we thank you very much. Now we have online next is Shula Newland. Do we know if she's ready to go? Can you hear me, Shula?
Yes, I'm here.
So I'm hoping you're also ready to go.
I sure am.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. So 5 minutes, and and we'll see what questions come out of it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and to present my side of things. I've heard a few of the submissions this morning, and I think it's always good to hear different sides. So today I want to talk about the proposal to require the dogs to be on leads around the areas around the beach and the shared pathways in Mount Maunganui, Papamoa, and the beach road at Otamotai, and also the complete ban on dogs on the grass area of Shark Alley. I'm unsure why that is being brought in and the purpose of that one. I totally agree that dogs need to be under control, and definitely not on the dunes. I mean, that's such a special place for the dunes, for the environment, for the birds, and for the plants. And I get really annoyed if I see people in the dunes. So my question is around, dogs being under control, versus being on a lead. I've grown up with dogs, big, large dogs, my whole life, and there's a lot of other people out there that have a lot of experience with dogs. And you'll find these are the people that are walking their dogs off the lead. And they're walking their dogs off the lead because they have confidence in their dogs. Their dogs have been socialised. So putting that time and training into socialising and being comfortable with them off the lead, and often those dogs, I know my dog is been taught not to go on the road. It's his default setting. So I think the other thing is, the other side of the story of it is we've got these scared people, right? When I go out in Papamoa, for some reason, the owners out there are very scared. Their dogs are on leads, but their dogs are acting up. They're lunging on their leads. And the reason why they're lunging on their leads, it's because these dogs, they just want to interact and play, right? That's how dogs learn to socialise, how to read other dogs and be with dogs. Dogs generally don't fight unless there's two dogs that want to dominate. One dog will submit. So it's very rare for a dog to get into a fight in an open space. So I do actually feel for those dogs. All they want to do really is play, but the owners are too scared to let them off the lead, and they're just lunging and jumping as we go past. So just on another note, so in terms of the Mount, the Papamoa and Otamoto, for me, my enjoyment in life and what gives me great joy is to ride my bike on these pathways with my dog running alongside me. My dog is a dog that loves to run, and he basically has, I remember when the pathways opened, and he just had this, we both did actually, we just had these giant smiles on our faces because we were loving just running along in this beautiful scenery. And the thing is, people smile back. Like, I just have so many people smiling back, and even one guy was like giving us a thumbs up. just because they can see the joy on our faces. And it's just what makes living by the beach so enjoyable. Now, if I was to ride my bike, I couldn't do that safely with a dog on a lead. That would just be too risky. If the dog suddenly changed direction, stops, I could come off my bike quite easily. So I would not feel safe riding my dog on a bike on a lead. I also know a gentleman he's confined to a mobility scooter. He's a guy that's lived in this area for as long as I have, which is about 20 years. He couldn't do that with his dog on the lead either, because he's in so much pain waiting for a hip operation. He can't get out of the chair easily if it got tangled up. And he actually opened up to me and said, this is the only joy I have, because he's basically sitting in pain most of the time waiting for his hip operation. So the rule that you're looking to increase safety could actually make it less safe. Now, my other point I want to make is not only the joy that we get, but it's also the joy we bring to other people that are walking and socialization with them. So and it's the socializing with people. So when we're out and about with my dog off the lead, we might stop and have a break, and my dog might wander up to some other people and say hello to them, and they'll love it. They'll be like, "Oh, your dog's so cute," and blah 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 blah. We'll have a conversation, and especially people from overseas visitors. They've got dogs at home and they miss their dogs, and they love to interact with the dogs. And I think at this time in where we are in society, there's so much, people becoming disconnected, loneliness, mental health issues, that we actually need to value the things that bring people together, rather than just focus on health and safety all the time. There's a big emphasis on health and safety, and it's just preventing people from living and enjoying their lives. I do appreciate that some people are afraid of dogs, but I think the reality is that is their issue that they need to get help for. I don't think we should dictate our rules to the lowest common denominator there. In fact, the council's draft bylaw is about providing adequate opportunities for exercise, recreation, and socialisation of dogs and their owners. Currently at the Mount, there's already an advisory saying for people to walk their dogs in a lead. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. And most people
Shula, can I just,
do that.
happy to hear you keep talking. If you could just sort of wrap it up. We're a little bit over your allocated 5 minutes. It's great stuff. You can summarise, and there might be some questions.
So just want to say that already at the Mount there is a advisory about putting their dog on the lead, and most people do that. Most people already have their dogs on the leads. It's about allowing the ability for us that have, trained, socialised, experienced dog owners to have that freedom to walk them on the lead. So that's all I wanted to say, and I'd open that up to any questions if we've got time, if anyone would like to have any questions.
Thank you for that, and great. You got your ideas across really well. So any questions from councillors for Shula? Great name. There being none, thank you very much for your time and waiting patiently online too, Shula. So thank you very much.
Okay. No worries. I hope that's helped with your decisions.
Okay, thank you. And just moving on, I see we've got David. You're online there, David. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, kia ora.
Okay.
How are you guys?
You're
I'm running
welcome.
from one meeting to the next. Happy to be here.
So ideally 5 minutes total, which would mean if you've can sort of talk in around 4, that will leave you a little bit of time for questions, but up to you.
We can catch you up on time. I'll do a quick prezzo, and then if there's any questions, we can chat about it. Kia ora, ko David Tokoingoa. I'm here representing the Predator Free New Zealand Trust. Normally Jessie Morgan would be doing this presentation. She's our CE. I don't normally do this, so I've written it down. I hope I do okay. So speaking on behalf of the Predator Free New Zealand Trust, thank you for hearing us. We ask the council to include cat management in your bylaw. Leaving cats out ignores a real problem. It also misses a chance to set a clear expectation for responsible cat ownership. And with feral cats now added to Predator Free's 2050 strategy, owned cats need to be microchipped, so they're easily identifiable as pets. Cats are much loved companions. I should note, sidebar, that I have a cat. My cat, Lucky, is microchipped, desexed, and stays inside. We live in Wellington near Zealandia Eco Sanctuary and surrounded by birds, half of which would, I wrote, kick her ass. I hope that's okay to say. But the rest would be vulnerable.
We've had worse today, don't worry.
It's in her nature. So point being, we love our cats, but they are introduced predators. They're skilled hunters. Owned or not, they can devastate our birds, our bats, our lizards, and insects. Without control measures, cats are the biggest threat to the predator control work done by your council, community groups, and individuals trapping in their backyards. Cats are also an animal toxoplasmosis can breed in. Toxo causes miscarriage and stillbirths in sheep. Vaccines help, but they're not fully effective. Toxostorms still sweep through our flocks. People can catch it too. It causes miscarriages in pregnant women, illnesses in others, and it washes into the sea where it kills dolphins and other marine life. 25 councils already have cat measures in their bylaws: compulsory microchipping, registration, desexing, and limits on cat numbers. Almost done here. These measures are not simply part of responsible ownership. These measures are simply part of responsible ownership, and most people agree. In a survey this year, 71% of New Zealanders said microchipping is essential. 77% of cat owners said desexing is important. Owners and non-owners alike are strongly supportive of these measures. Desexing prevents unwanted litters. It stops pet cats breeding with strays and growing their populations. Microchipping gets lost cats home to their owners, like me, and clearly marks a cat as a pet when cat control is underway near town. We recommend phasing rules in so owners have times to comply. Stip and chip campaigns have worked well in other areas, and those councils would gladly share their experiences. A limit on the number of cats per property is also a useful tool where a large number of cats can cause nuisance to neighbors and cause a real problem in the environment. We'd also like you to consider restricting the feeding of stray cats on public land. Fed colonies of cats are unhealthy, malnourished, and not sexed. They cause problems for local cat pet owners or pet cat owners. And a rule against feeding cats on public land and or private land without owner's permission would help. Finally, we encourage the council to advocate for national legislation on cat management. Support from local authorities can help build a consistent approach across the entire country. So we made a submission and wanted to also make an oral submission and are happy to take any questions as best I can in lieu of Jessie being able to join. But we think this is really important and very keen to see cats and restrictions around cats added to the bylaws.
Hey, thank you very much, David. So yeah, councillors, any questions of our man in Wellington? Maybe we can get him go straight to the steps of Parliament.
We could. I could walk right down the street.
Councillor Roseburn.
No, it's more of a compliment for raising issues that feral cats have in the rural sector. Much appreciated, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, you're free to talk. You've got a bit of time.
Oh, trouble. I've had this job now for 4 years, and in the 4 years we've done this study about pet cat ownership. You know, and we have that stuff published. Happy to share it. It has grown significantly over the last 4 years, and I don't think it could get. I mean, it couldn't be much higher. 77% of people are ready for these, I think, very basic things to be instituted. And I think that there's, you know, it's a mixture of whether that's national, regional, pest management plans, bylaws, all that stuff needs to work together. And it's a question of who blinks first. think it's really important, and we looked at submissions on your bylaws as well. I think that people are ready for cat controls, and I think that owners are ready. I think that the feral cat issue is well identified, and if we start now, it'll start to become much easier moving forward. And so it's an important moment for the council to consider, and I think you really have the goodwill of New Zealanders behind you. So you will keep on doing that study. We'll keep reporting on it, but it just grows and grows and grows.
Hey, thank you very much, David. I don't think there's any more questions, but really appreciate your time and your insight and your sharing your views. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
That brings us to it's 11:47. We're actually slightly ahead of time, but we have a break now until 11:58. So 8 or 10 free minutes, and we'll see you back here shortly. Start again.
She's not online yet. She's trying
But
to
I
come
think she
online.
can, we can get started
Yes,
and
I
then
can
we'll.
play this video
You happy?
if you- yeah.
Okay, so we're back online. Welcome back, everybody. What we have now, just our last few submissions before lunch. Andy Marks has not turned up, so we have Emma, and is
Anna.
Anna's here, but Emma's trying to join us online. Exactly, that's what I meant. Emma, and so we're going to have a bit of a joint presentation. So we're going to turn the clocks off, and we've also got Rose Riley back from Predator BRP. She's been listening in and enjoying our questions, but there's a couple of other comments that she wanted to make earlier. So because we're a bit ahead of schedule, we'll have a bit of flexibility now for the next 10, 15 minutes. So welcome, and
I'll play the
when we're
video.
ready to go, we'll go.
Speak today. I'm Anna from Western Bay Wildlife Trust. I'm their Korora and Shorebird Ranger as well as their acting chair. There's two main points I want to address today as per our written submissions, which I trust you have read. And the first one is the dog management policy.
Might have been it. Apologies for that, members of the public.
Kia ora, and thank you for keeping of animals by law.
Okay, we'll restart that.
I'm Anna from Western Bay Wildlife Trust. I'm their Korora and Shorebird Ranger as well as their acting chair. There's two main points I want to address today as per our written submissions, which I trust you have read. And the first one is the dog management policy and bylaw. And I want to start off by thanking you for including positive changes for Shark Alley, but also the positive changes on all of the coastal dunes. Western Bay Wildlife Trust really welcomes these proposed changes, and we strongly recommend for this draft to remain in the final policy and bylaw wording, because this really strongly supports existing and ongoing conservation efforts in those key areas. From DOC, they work with Northern New Zealand dotterel, as well as, of course, our very own mahi with also the New Zealand dotterel, but also korora, so little penguin. So this year-round dog ban aligns with the life cycles of the local wildlife and acknowledges that dogs are a key threat to wildlife. More details on that and explanations are on our written submission. And a year-round dog ban is less confusing for dog owners as well. We often experience that when we have friendly chats with dog owners in Shark Alley, that they're actually not aware of the different regulations at different time of year. It's just going to make everything easier to understand if there's just a blanket dog ban as per the other areas adjacent to it. We would also like to recommend to really put clear signage communicating the why into place, so that people and the dog owners in particular understand that these bylaw changes are in place to protect our precious taonga species that most New Zealander really care for. But also, please prioritize the policing of the bylaw in biodiversity hotspots, so where it really counts, such as Mutariki, Mount Maunganui Main Beach, and of course Mo'o. So the second point I want to talk to today is the keeping of animals bylaw, with particular focus on cat management. As per our written submission, we strongly recommend to include cat management measures into the keeping of animals bylaw. That's in the best interest of our local wildlife. because cats, as you can see here, are well documented as a threat to wildlife nationwide. These pictures are a cat with a diving petrel on Moturiki Island here on TCC land. We acknowledge that pets are an important companion, but cats cause ecological damage regardless of ownership status, and possibly more so than pet dogs in some areas. And there's been a strong shift towards responsible cat ownership, and we believe it's time for positive change through regulations here. And in our written submission, we've outlined detailed cat provisions and measures that would really benefit our local wildlife. But really, implementing cat provisions is a win-win situation for everyone. So better wildlife protection, as I've already mentioned, but it also supports the nationwide Predator-Free 2050 initiative. They've recently added feral cats to their list, and more info again on our written submission to that. But also implementing cat provisions supports the animal welfare best practice for pet cats themselves, and SPCA outlines that really nicely on their website. But also having provisions in place is just creating a ripple effect for nationwide awareness. And what I mean with that is most Kiwis live in urban centres, so implementing cat provisions in a place like Tauranga boosts awareness in a greater number of people. And that will help with a nationwide culture change towards responsible pet ownership, which then naturally leads into better wildlife protection. So Tauranga City Council can really achieve positive impact beyond your land borders there. And we just really thoroughly believe that big change comes through deliberate actions. So we ask you to support conservation efforts beyond the dog bylaw changes that you already drafted and be part of this nationwide shift by also putting regulations in place. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I will be happy to answer any potential questions. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Are you wishing to speak as well, or just part of a question and answer from here? Oh, that's brilliant. Okay. So, based off that, questions from councillors? I'm sure there'll be a few.
Is there any questions for Anna? And I can just put her on the phone.
Councillor Roseboom.
Just reading in, I think, Chair, just reading into this current submission and the previous one and yours as well, this isn't, you're not really asking a TCC, you're asking us to endorse a policy, but you are looking for more of a regional approach to this, aren't you? You're looking for more of a regional considered approach from everyone to help solve the feral cat problem, as opposed to just Tauranga doing its bit. Do I read that right?
I'll just get her on the phone and then she can answer that question. The phone doesn't seem to be answering. So the question is, are we wanting you to take you guys to take a regional approach rather than?
Just listening to the submissions, it sounds more like for us, by putting in this bylaw, we're going to raise awareness, but you're looking for more of a regional approach, because the feral cat, as the ex-farmer, my regional cat problem wasn't a city problem, it was a rural problem. So from an animal health perspective, my issue was feral cats on rural land, and it's different to the urban problem, but you need a regional approach to fix it.
Right. Are you there, Anna?
Yes.
Did you hear the question?
I did not. Sorry, Emma. Can you repeat?
So I'm just going to paraphrase the question, but essentially the question was that cats are an issue more in a sort of rural, regional wide rather than an urban. So the question was, do you want the council to take a region-wide approach rather than an urban style approach?
So first, can you hear me all? Okay, so first of all, we experience cats on Moturiki Island in an urban environment all the time with our trail camera monitoring. So the pictures I've shown as part of the presentations, that's essentially happens. We always pick up cats when we do trail cam monitoring. The question is not if, the question is how many. But if we can have more of a regional approach, then that's even better. But yeah, our experience shows for Moturiki and Moao that cats are there all of the time. And that includes predation of our taonga species.
Thank you for that. Any further questions from councillors? None? Oh, that was, thank you very much for that presentation. Now, Rose, I understand, if there's any more comments you'd like to make,
Is there anything else,
to.
Anna, you'd like to say?
Yes, I would love to add one more thing, because we have once identified a cat and we knew the owner, so we actually asked DOC if they would be happy to contact them and have just an educational chat with them, because they have more authority than a community group in our eyes. And DOC actually turned around to us and said they would love to, but because there's no bylaws from Tauranga City Council, they are not willing to do it because there is nothing that they can fall back onto rather than just having a friendly conversation. So that was, one big opportunity where we got essentially, refused help because of the lack of bylaw. But I forgot to mention that in the video, but that's my comment that I would like to make.
Thank you for that. Vicky, you might have a comment.
So recently Western Bay looked at their keeping of animals bylaw and they were proposing to just kind of roll over their existing bylaw, but the community raised issues with cats and so they're looking into that issue as well. So potentially there's a little bit of an opportunity there to look at a bit of a joined up approach across the different councils, so we can look into that with Western Bay.
That would be a great initiative. Sounds a bit like amalgamation, but I won't go there today. Comedy.
Sorry.
I know it's still a very big issue. Look, just while we're here, if there's no further questions for Anna and Emma.
I haven't done my submission yet.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. Sorry. Rose.
Okay, so are we finished?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Anna. I'll
Thank you
just
very much,
close
Anna.
that. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Emma. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, great. So now, Emma.
Yes, it's now.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a bit confusing, but it's good to have that. Yeah. So I do have a PowerPoint. Is that? Cool. Thank you. Awesome. I'm just going to pull my chair in. So kia ora tātou, ko Emma Richardson aho. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Richardson, and I'm very proud to be talking on behalf of Bay Conservation Alliance. And this submission has a similar theme. It relates to protecting our wildlife, specifically from dogs and cats. So for those of you who aren't aware, Bay Conservation Alliance, or BCA, we're an incorporated society and a charitable trust, and we support community-led environmental restoration and landscape-wide conservation throughout the Bay of Plenty and beyond. So currently we do this through supporting small-scale environmental groups like Western Bay Wildlife Trust, and currently we have 38 groups that we support, we link and we collaborate with them and give them our time. In most of the groups that we work with, see dogs and cats as an issue in their area. So as you're probably very aware, and because of Anna's presentation, tauranga is really, really important for our native and endemic wildlife. So wildlife that doesn't occur anywhere else in the world, specifically really rare bird species. And they are the turituri whatu, the northern New Zealand dotterel, the korora, the little blue penguin, and the oi, the grey-faced petrel. So they live on our margin, on our coastal strip, so right on the edge of Motariki, Mawao, and right in the urban areas, and they're constantly on that boundary between land and sea, and they're also an integral part of our coastal ecosystems, and they're living there amongst us. So what I'd like to talk about today is the fact that as our urban population has increased, the bird populations have dramatically decreased. And BCA acknowledges that cats and dogs are important companion animals. They're integral parts of our whānau and our urban environments, but we need to acknowledge the fact that we need to take care of them responsibly. And often, as Anna had mentioned already, that they're near our sensitive coastal areas, and cats at present are unregulated, and that's a really critical point. So by having cats that are unsexed, unmicrochipped, we don't know whether they're feral, whether domestic, or whether they're stray. So that margin is really, really grey, and it causes a problem around management. So I'm just going to highlight two groups that we work directly with in Tauranga City. So you've already heard from Western Bay Wildlife Trust. So what they do is they're constantly monitoring the birds, they're advocating for the birds, and also undertaking pest control in a volunteer capacity around the Motariki and up until recently the Mawao coastlines. So they observe firsthand and they have evidence to show that cats and dogs are present in those areas. And even just last weekend I observed firsthand a gentleman walking his dog off lead on Motariki while reading a no dog sign. So it happens constantly around that area. The other organisation that I'd like to spotlight this afternoon is ARC Wildlife Trust. They're based in Tauranga City. They do an amazing job of rescuing and rehab our birds. Most of the birds that are injured around this area go to ARC, and they even take birds and animals beyond Tauranga City area. They're probably the only facility in the Bay of Plenty that have that resource. A large proportion of bird injuries that go to them are from dog attacks and also wandering cats. So just to kind of conclude that off, what we're asking from the council today is we support the banning of all dogs in all coastal dunes except when they're on a leash and using the beach access ways, and we would like to see extending that current seasonal dog restriction in the Motariki and Muscle Rock area and apply that to the whole year round to avoid any confusion, and including the grassed area alongside the beach. So yeah, that's kind of all I want to say about the dogs. But just a little bit about cat management. So you've heard extensively this morning about cats, so I won't go too much into detail about that, but not just birds have a problem with cats, also reptiles and invertebrates. We have a huge number of endemic species in New Zealand, and often we don't see them, but they're also really, really important. Forest and Bird estimate that we have 2.4 million feral cats and 200,000 stray cats nationally, so not just in Tauranga City. So that is an ongoing problem, and I think we need to be united to address that issue, and we've already kind of talked a little bit around that. But having domesticated cats that are well managed and well cared for should go hand in hand with addressing the feral and stray cat issue. So BCA endorses having a really robust cat management policy, and what that would look like is setting clear expectations on responsible cat ownership. So if you own a cat, that means you microchip the cat, you desex the cat, and that is not something unique. Currently 28 other local councils have appropriate cat management. And it also goes hand in hand with the newly announced Predator-Free 2050 strategy on feral cats, so acknowledging that feral cats are now an issue in Aotearoa. And it also is a humane issue as well. So feral cats are exposed to disease, sort of really bad conditions, and so from removing them from our environment, it's also acknowledging a humane condition. Thank you. And just to finish off, so BCA would like TCC to acknowledge all of these issues and include cats in the bylaw. So current regulations that are in place do not give current protection to our wildlife, specifically around the coastal areas, and they're the birds that I've highlighted today. And so hand in hand with that is also amending the bylaw to include cat management, and that would help address the issue of feral and stray cats. So I'd just like to say thank you for your time. I know it's very close to lunch, but yeah, ngā mihi nui and kia ora. And any pātai, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. Open the floor to councillors. Any questions? Great couple of presentations. You must have done too good a job. Oh, Councillor Morris.
Just want to pass on my regards to Julian when you see him. And
oh, yes,
yeah,
yes.
Done a great job for many years, and Makatu. And
yeah, yes, thank you. Yeah, Julian is our founder, and we're coming up to our 10-year anniversary this year, and he has been unwell for the last sort of couple of months, so yes.
Yeah, could you please pass on our regards and best wishes?
Yes,
please?
yes,
yeah,
I will. Thank you for that, yeah. But yeah, just further comments around, I was at a hui last night. Otani Wanuku is also another one of our incredibly awesome member groups. And they were talking around the cat issue as well. So having a clear policy from our councils, not just TCC, but also Western Bay, I submitted to them a couple of weeks ago, would help to raise the profile of cats as an issue, but also support our volunteers, so the work that they do around managing cats and supporting them in terms of the work around protecting our birds. So many volunteers spend countless hours setting traps, managing birds, and so that would just alleviate a lot of their issues that they have as well. So, so yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's great, thank you. It looks like we've out of questions on that, but Rose, maybe a chance for you. I know you had one more point you wanted to make around cost to council versus not, and a couple of other things. So, yeah, happy for you to have a quick close off as well.
Yes, Councillor Crowther asked earlier about the cost to council. Just want to make it clear that registering cats, we're not asking for a local council registrar, not like dogs. So when people get their cat microchipped, there is a national registration that it costs something like $20 or $30 to put that cat on there. So it's more used as a way of identifying, is this cat a companion cat? No cost to the council. The other thing I'd like to answer is your question about rural versus city. There's more cats where the people are. The cat populations start in the city. We wouldn't have them rurally and rurally on farms, but in the bush, if it wasn't for that flow effect from cats that are not desexed, having unwanted kittens that then end up wild and adding to the feral population. So definitely bylaws for companion cats in the city, really important. And just days before the slips on Mowal, I saw a cat on Mowal hunting. So, you know, we need to, there's cats in the city doing damage and so yeah, bylaws for education, it's not good, wouldn't be a huge cost to the council, what we're asking. Some cost, but not. Yeah.
And if I may just add in, there is actually a national body that DOC advises to, and I learnt about this last night. It's specifically for cat management, and if you just Google cat management, there is a national body, and they have a lot of documentation and a lot of frameworks that can help support the work that you're hopefully going to undertake.
Thank you very much, both, and thanks for hanging around to be able to have a chance to get that last point across. So we're coming towards to the end of the morning session, and Sarah's just going to make some comments on a few observations that through the morning, and then we'll have a break for lunch.
Thank you, Chair. Vicky is here if you've got any particular questions from what you've heard this morning. I did just want to close off a couple of points that were raised through the morning. Firstly, there was a comment that we had prosecuted for dog poo. We've never had a prosecution for dog poo. We do infringe, and it's complaint-based. So that's one of those rules in a bylaw where we just respond to complaints when they come through to council, but we would never take a prosecution for that kind of offence. There was a question about whether or not we communicated with dog owners on both this bylaw and also previously when we were engaging the community to support your decisions around what you would like to consult with the community on. When we put our dog registration papers out last year, we did, when people went through the registration process and at the last landing page, it connected them with, would you like to engage on these issues? This year with our dog registration, it was referenced in the registration papers. So if you have a dog, and we sent you a dog registration letter, it was in that registration form. And when you went online to pay that registration, it again took you to, we're consulting, would you like some, to make a comment? And I just thought it would be good to close off 2 points. Again, the Papamoa beach, no leash dogs, only leash dogs on the Papamoa pathway. That applies only to the beach pathway. It is not the Papamoa walkway. And also a suggestion, some surprise about Shark Alley being closed or rules for dogs, and just wanted to be absolutely clear that there is currently 6-month prohibition on dogs at Shark Alley, and the proposal here is to extend that for 12 months. But if you've got any other questions, Vicky can step in.
So time for any councillors, if you do have any questions of staff on this. Looking around the room, I think it's fairly, not pussyfooting around. Thank you, Councillor Morris, for the light humour. Okay, so before we go for lunch, we'll just have the recommendations, if they're up on the screen, or... And I will read them as they're coming up. That the council receives the report, hearings report, dog management policy and bylaw and keeping of animals bylaw. B, receives the written submissions on the draft revised dog management policy and bylaw and keeping animals bylaw, attachment 1 and 2 hereof. And C, receives the verbal submissions from those submitters who wish to speak to their submission, and they were in attachment 3. So can I have a mover and a seconder? So Councillor Morris, and I heard at the side of my eye there, saw Councillor Roseboom. Anyone like to speak? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, thank you to our submitters today. it's really important to hear from our public, and also the time that people have put into their submissions as well, and we'll be giving it consideration as we move through to considering changes to the bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Roseberg.
Pretty much same as fellow Councillor Morris has stated. Thank you very much to the public for giving up your time, putting in some very well worded submissions, and definitely leaning towards more control of cats is coming as a theme of this morning.
Any further discussion? There being none, I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? There being none, that is carried. Thank you, everyone. And we will now break for lunch. Just to note to councillors and everyone that we will, our first speaker is due at 2:21, so if we can be back in the room at 2:15, ready to go after lunch. Thank you. We're back to the afternoon session of the hearings, and report is on street use and public places bylaw, fireworks and real estate sign amendments. And so we welcome our first speakers today. So Dave?
Latham.
Dave Latham, good to see you.
Oh no, Mr Peacock is separate.
Oh, Edward.
But-
Are you two, okay, so
But-
a slight,
Yeah, so
Okay.
Dave first and then Mr
so Dave, you're first, and Edward, you're second up. Is that, are you happy to sit there and just to wait? Or do you want to sit? Are you happy, I mean,
I think Dave should just sit by himself.
Dave, would you
Why is
prefer,
that
I mean,
lady sitting there? No, if you're not speaking.
yeah, you probably need
Yeah,
to sit in
you need
behind.
to s- yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe if you just go back, just to, we'll keep a little bit of formality.
Yeah.
Not to be
Yeah.
disrespectful, but just so that you
Yeah.
can have our full attention. Apologies for that. Sorry for the confusion I caused. Okay, so, and just to Dave and all the speakers here, so you have 5 minutes total. Hopefully you can get through your talk in around 4. That will give us a bit of question time, but we don't have a heavy agenda, so I don't want to put you feeling under any pressure, so get through your content. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. My name is Dave Latham. I'm the CFO of Bauer Real Estate, a locally owned and operated agency. Bauer has made 4 submissions, deliberately covering 4 distinct angles. Firstly, the research and design behind our signboards, the impact on a Tauranga-based agency business, and the impact on an individual salesperson's perspective, and from the financial consequences. And I'm going to be drawing all of those 4 submissions together. So our position is simple, to allow a 2.2 square metre sign, of which we would like 2 signs to be allowed per property, so we can continue using our conventional 2-faced V-boards. Tracy Robbins, our group marketing manager, submission sets out the research that we carried out prior to the 2025 rebrand. We studied signage best practice across New Zealand, Australia and the US, and the V-board is the result. A flat sign is legible from one direction of traffic, which can cause traffic to slow down and read that sign, which is obviously a safety hazard. A V-board is readable from both sides of the traffic, so that means that traffic can go past without having to slow down to read what's on the V-board. Critically, our V-boards are also designed so nothing can be added. No open home stickers, no core flutes, no price reductions, no auction, no any amendments to the sign. The sign stays in the exact same state as it was on day 1, as it will be on day 30. If the council's concern is streetscape clutter, then the V-board is the answer, not the cause of it. How the V-board works, Will Johnson, our Tauranga branch manager, made a submission showing you the numbers. Since our launch in August 2025, we recorded roughly a 20% uplift in business. That measure did not move under the previous smaller boards that we ran for years, and the only variability that changed was the board. Our top salesperson, Brent Baston, raised a very good point. A V-board costs more to the vendor than a standard board. It is optional, disclosed up front, and vendors can decide to decline. They almost never do. Tauranga homeowners, who are the rate payers that this bylaw is meant to be protecting, are voluntarily paying extra for these boards because they can see that they work. They want the road visibility and they want to reach passive buyers. The financial consequences. Our rebrand investment was in the 6 figures, spent largely with local Bay of Plenty suppliers, and included specialist design work, engineering specifically around the 2-faced V-board configuration. eligibility, legible at in suburban areas from traffic approaching. A cap on those dimensions doesn't reduce our sign cost, it actually doubles it. The design is a total write-off. The entire fleet would need to be redesigned and remanufactured to meet the standard if a smaller board is implemented under these bylaws. So what we're asking for is the council not to abandon regulation, but to regulate what actually bears on safety, which is placement, sight lines, condition and removal. A permitted area of 2.2 matches the Auckland standard, and it should be expressed that 2 signs be permitted per property, which would enable us to continue using our V-board design. And if any changes are made, that a reasonable lead-in period is given so that current stock could run out their current life. We've seen no evidence that a V-board has ever caused any safety risk in Tauranga. Surely a sign that is visible from both directions should reduce traffic safety hazard rather than increase it. In the absence, this proposal imposes a real quantifiable cost on local businesses and local homeowners, and establishes no real public benefit, and it also fails the 2 council outcomes of environment and for business. Thank you. Happy to.
Sorry, we're out of time, but if there's any questions, fairly clear submission and well-made points. Any questions? If there's none, I just will say thank you very much and really appreciate the time you've taken and some really good points.
Okay, thanks guys.
So next up we have Edward Peacock. We're welcome. Welcome, Ted. Okay.
All right. Yep. Yeah, well, as you see in my submission, I've been in business here around Tauranga for 45 years. So I have a fair amount of experience with this sort of thing and of signs. And by the way, I have never, to this day, had a complaint about one of our signs. All right? And 90% of the signs that we use are the large signs. Now, I believe that people do their homework mainly on TradeMe, realestate.co. They go looking for the property. They're driving down the street, they're looking for the sign. No, you're behind a bush, mate, you're not going to see it. You know. But anyway, I'll read my submission if you don't mind. We'll just go, because I've got it all in there. The business name is Peacock's Real Estate, and I thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have a chat with you this afternoon. I'm the principal of that firm, Region of Operations Tauranga, Mount Maunganui, surrounding rural areas and towns. Taumarunui, Taupo, wherever they want me, I go. That's basically the situation. I've been in business for 45 years. Executive summary, Peacock's Real Estate strongly opposes the proposed bylaw amendment seeking to restrict real estate signage to a maximum size of 1,200 by 800. As a long-standing local business with 45 years of unblemished service in the Tauranga, Mount Maunganui, Bay of Plenty regions, we have never received a single complaint regarding our signage, which I meant before. The proposed dimensions are overly restrictive, economically damaging to local businesses, and impractical for a significant number of residential and rural properties. Our request is that the Council reconsider this rigid restriction and allow for industry standarding sizes, specifically 1,800 by 1,200, which is vital for effective marketing, particularly for auction properties. I'll point out that 90% of properties I market, we market by auction and we sell on site. So we don't have auction rooms anywhere. Key grounds for objection is the disruption to established business systems and marketing infrastructure. Our entire marketing infrastructure, artwork, templates and printing systems are built around our standard 800 by 1200 auction signage. Forcing a reduction to 1200 by 800 would require a complete costly overhaul of our digital and physical assets. As a boutique agency of 2 dedicated agents, this imposes an unfair and disproportionate financial and administrative burden on small businesses. Practicality, visibility and topography issues. A blanket maximum size fails to account for the diverse topography of the Tauranga and surrounding rural regions. Foliage and obstructions. Many properties feature long grass, dense roadside foliage or existing boundary fencing. A smaller sign of 1200 by 800 could easily be obscured, rendering it entirely ineffective. Fence mounting. If a sign must be mounted on top of a private fence to be visible from the road, it is unclear how the council intends to measure the height restrictions. If measured from the road level, a smaller sign becomes completely invisible to passing traffic. Existing flexibility. We already practice self-regulation by using smaller signs on properties with limited frontage or inadequate display space. A rigid bylaw removes the ability to find a practical solution for properties that genuinely require larger signage to be safely seen from the roadway. C, proven track record and lack of public harm. Signage is the cornerstone of directing prospective buyers to properties. In our 45 years of operating within the local community, our signage has never caused a safety hazard, a public nuisance, or triggered a formal complaint. The proposed bylaw feels like a solution looking for a problem, punishing the responsible local businesses with a clear, evidence-based justification. Without, beg your pardon, a clear evidence-based justification. Proposed alternatives and recommendations. Instead of implementing restrictive 1200 by 800 maximum across the board, we urge the Council to consider the following balanced approaches. Amend the maximum allowable size, increase the maximum permitted size for temporary real estate signs, the temporary being in there, 800 to 1200, which aligns with standard industry practices for premium and auction marketing. Context-specific allowances permit the larger 1800 by 1200 signage specifically for auction campaigns, which are strictly time-bound, or for properties with rural zoning, large setbacks or significant roadside obstructions. Clarification of measurements. Explicitly clarify any height restrictions apply to the sign face itself rather than the total height from the road shoulder to allow for secure mounting on top of boundary fences. And thank you for having me here to hear it. It gives us
that's wonderful. And perfect timing as well. So any questions of Edward? Ted.
I'm going to give a comment on breaching standing orders, but good to see you, Ted. You're a well-known gentleman in the real estate industry for years, and my dad knew you about 20-odd years ago, so yeah, good to see you, and thank you for the submission.
Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Ted. You mentioned regarding complaints, you used the word formal. You haven't had any formal complaints. Have there been other complaints that
No,
were
I've never had a
formalised?
verbal or formal, and had I had, the sign, it would have been looked at immediately, gone, unless we had a nutter come along having a go at us, but we haven't had that either. So we have always been considerate. Now, I realise that we have some idiots in our industry who will disobey the law, whatever it is. But I put it to you that if a madman's driving down the road at 80 kilometres an hour and he's an idiot, he gets a ticket and one thing, do you change the bylaw because of that? You know, it's the same here. We do have some people that don't obey the rules. They get pressure from within the industry ourselves. We give the pressure. We used to have the Real Estate Institute is always on to people with anything, and they're the first people normally that get a complaint. And they're onto them, and that sign disappears fairly quickly. We have a self-policing thing that works extremely well, and I just see you're going to need to employ someone to enforce your bylaw. You're going to employ someone to go out and take the signs down and take them away. You don't need to. This is as I said before, this is a solution looking for a problem rather than a problem that needs a solution.
There being no further questions, thank you very much for your time and taking your time to come and present. Next up, we have Rebecca Donald, and you're welcome, Rebecca. Yep, yeah, they're welcome. Come on up, and that red light's on, so you're free to start. So when you're ready, thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors and ladies. My name is Rebecca Donald. I live in Tauranga. Lived here most of my life. I hope I'm at the right meeting. I'm here to talk about the ban on fireworks. Just want to make sure it's the right meeting. Thank you. I've been an animal lover my whole life, and I've nearly always owned pets, apart from going away to university and things like that. So I fully support the ban on fireworks. I am in favour of organised events away from animals and houses, but I'm generally opposed to fireworks, mainly because of the harm caused to animals and also human beings. So personally, just from my own personal experience, I'd say that when it comes to events like Guy Fawkes and things like that, what we've done is always protect our pets by keeping them indoors, shutting all the doors and all the windows and keeping a close watch on them, and just basically hoping that we'll make it through the night safely. And I think a lot of other people are like that too. I'm also quite surprised that this room isn't full of animal lovers around this issue, and I find that I'm quite shocked. I thought this room would be packed full of animal lovers, especially given the article that I read this morning from the Bay of Plenty Times, I think it was on the 4th of August, around the owners of dead horses, which is very heartbreaking. I used to own horses, and I actually cried a little bit when I read this story, and I don't know how many of you have read this story, but 2 horses had to be euthanised as a result of harm caused by the panic and terror they suffered from fireworks. And there was a local woman in Oropi who had to euthanise her 2 horses, and she's shocked, disgusted and outraged that the government will not ban public sales of fireworks. And my heart breaks for that woman, and obviously for the loss of her beautiful animals. And I guess the question I asked myself this morning, when I didn't actually know, to be honest, I didn't know about this petition with almost 100,000 signatures in support of a ban. And I just spoke to some random person on the beach today, and I said, "Did you know about this petition?" No, he didn't know. Look, it's not something this is new to me. A lot of this is just new information to me, so I'm taking it in and absorbing it as I go. But I would hazard a guess that quite a few people aren't even aware of the status of how it is now. And if they were, they would probably have more people showing up in this room. I'm surprised that veterinarians and lots of other people aren't here now speaking to this as well. I also wanted to make a little bit of a comment about, actually I will just read out a quote from that Bay of Plenty Times article, because what happened to the horse, this is another one. Waiteo resident Donna Matheson lost her horse in 2024 in the Papamoa Hills when her mare bolted through a wire fence and ran off down the road. Her back foot was completely ripped off. I mean, that's horrific. No person, any human being or anyone who loves animals could bear the shock of something like that. That's absolutely horrific. So, and I couldn't actually research this more because I'm a very sensitive person and I just get too upset. The other thing that I wanted to raise was about sound. And obviously, fireworks are beautiful. I mean, I think we'd all agree that the displays are stunning, spectacular, gorgeous, awe-inspiring. And I've seen some amazing fireworks displays in my life, and I've just been, just amazed by the beauty. But also, this is a contrast. We've got something very beautiful, but something also very dangerous. And the sound from fireworks, the intense sound of explosions, bangs, cracks, pops, all of these types of sounds, animals and humans as well are actually very sensitive to sound. And if you ask the question, just a quick Google search, how sensitive are animals to sound, including horses, dogs, cats, chickens, cattle, sheep, and marine life, they're all very sensitive to sound. They have to be because it's part of their nature to be aware of danger. And the sounds that come from things like fireworks cause stress, panic, and terror. So in summary, I'd just like to say that I fully support the ban. I'm not against organised, displays that are away from animals, but I just wanted to say that I'm very in support of protecting animals and even some human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Any questions? Everyone all fine?
Yeah, through the chair, just so you know, there were people this morning who
Oh,
were
good.
raising that, including the SPCA.
Oh, great, thank
who,
you.
of course, were very disappointed at the government's recent decision, but it is potentially it's been stated as an election issue.
Okay.
With New Zealand First having a private members bill, still trying to make that a government bill.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll follow it more closely. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
We now have a short break until 2:48 when our next speaker will be here. So A flip around of the order. So we did have, next up was Kelly Ormsby, but Ariel's here, young, so welcome. And Ariel, and we'll let you speak, and then hopefully Kelly will be here to follow on from you. So welcome. 5 minutes.
Yep.
Hopefully that will, if that's around 4 of your speaking time and allows a bit of time, but we're not too time pressed, so don't feel under pressure from us. Just get your message across.
Thank you. It's
Thank
5
you.
minutes speech I prepared. Yeah, kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ariel Yang. I'm a resident of Tauranga and a local real estate salesperson. I appreciate the opportunity to share my views on the proposed public places and street use by law. My main submission is in support of a complete ban on the private sale and use of fireworks. Before I explain why, I would like to share something from my own experience. I was born and grew up in Shijiazhuang, China, where fireworks have traditionally been an important part of celebrations. When I was a child, there were periods when fireworks were completely prohibited in the city. Later, the restrictions were relaxed and people were allowed to use fireworks again. I remember seeing firsthand the negative impacts that came with widespread private fireworks use, the noise, air pollution, fire risks, rubbish, and the disturbance to people and animals. After several years, the city returned to much stricter restrictions. In recent years, Shijiazhuang has once again prohibited the private use of fireworks across the city. So I have experienced both sides. I understand that fireworks are part of a long-standing cultural tradition, and I understand why people enjoy them. But I have also seen what happens when private fireworks are widely used in a community. That experience has shaped my view today. I believe traditions can evolve, and when there is a conflict between a short period of entertainment and the safety, peace, and well-being of the wider community, I believe the community should come first. And firstly, I'm concerned about animal welfare. Every year, many pets experience extreme fear and stress because of fireworks. Dogs and cats can panic, run away from home, or injure themselves trying to escape the noise. Wildlife and farm animals are also affected, especially birds. These animals cannot understand what is happening, and for many of them, fireworks are a genuinely frightening experience. I do not believe that a few minutes of entertainment should come at the expense of animal welfare. Secondly, fireworks create unnecessary safety risks. Every year, there are reports across New Zealand of fires, burns, and property damage caused by fireworks. Even when people are careful, accidents can happen. During dry weather, fireworks can increase the risk of fires, placing extra pressure on Fire and Emergency New Zealand and creating avoidable risks for our communities. There is also another issue that I believe deserves more attention: the private storage and use of fireworks outside the usual fireworks season. People can purchase fireworks during the permitted sales period and then store them at home for later use. This means fireworks may still be available in the community long after the sales period has ended. Once fireworks are privately stored, it becomes much harder to control when and where they are eventually used. What starts as one or two households using fireworks can gradually become a wider neighborhood problem, creating repeated noise, disturbance, and safety concerns for the whole community. Thirdly, fireworks have a significant impact on neighborhoods. Many families with young children, elderly residents, shift workers, and people who are particularly sensitive to loud or unexpected noise can be disturbed by fireworks. One of the biggest problems is that private fireworks are not limited to one organized event. They may continue for several nights, often late into the evening, making it difficult to people to rest and enjoy their homes peacefully. For these reasons, I believe a complete ban on private fireworks is a better solution than simply introducing more restrictions. Rules about when and where fireworks can be used are difficult to enforce. A person may purchase fireworks legally during the sales period, store them privately, and use them at a later date. A clear ban on private sale and use would remove much of this uncertainty. It would be easier for the public to understand and simpler for authorities to enforce. At the same time, people who enjoy fireworks would still be able to attend professionally organized public displays. These events are safer, better managed, and allow communities to celebrate together while reducing the risks to people, animals, and property. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the Council to support stronger measures on fireworks, including a complete ban on the private sale and use of fireworks. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, thanks, and some great points there. So there may be some questions. Open it up to the councillors if there's any questions you have regarding that excellent submission.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you got your point. Yeah, really great to see some
Thank you so
a
much.
wide range of reasons, and you've had a broad experience background in both, you know. So
Yeah.
maybe you should be a councillor. You come to a good conclusion after a whole range of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
And is this a recorded video I can copy? Yeah.
Pick it up offline.
So how?
On our website.
On your website? Oh, cool. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
If you click on the live tab.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not that I watch myself.
You ask AI to provide you. It's great, but just give me my heart. No, the break was the chair. We've only got one left.
We'll just pause recording for a second, yes. For the last speaker of the day, Ken Robenheimer, and you're speaking on real estate signs. Welcome,
Yes.
and thank you for being available a little bit earlier.
Anytime.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so I basically just reiterating what I said in our meeting. I have been talking to quite a few of the agents who obviously have submitted online, and they're still quite confused. To be fair, we have Eves wanting a big sign and a perpendicular core flute, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. That's not what they're asking you. We have some going, well, are we allowed to put it on the fence? So I still think they're quite confused. I still think your best port of call is one signboard. That's it. They don't have to advertise themselves in a... It doesn't really matter whether... I suppose the closer we can put it to the fence, the better. There are some times where we can't do that because there's a little bit of grass and concrete between right-of-ways. So sometimes the sign can only go like that. That's it. There isn't another option. But I think going back to, I just spoke to ABC Rosie as well. She was in Cambridge. If we know the rules, we can police it for you. It helps you guys. Like with all three sign installers here, we all work together. So if we know that you guys have made that's the rule, that's where the signboard's going to go, we will just say that's it. Otherwise, we're not going to put it there. And I mean, we had one the other day who wanted to put a signboard right where there was a 40-kilometre-an-hour sign right on the corner of a road in Welcome Bay. And I said, you can't do that, the council said. And he said, no, but it's part of the property because that's the property up there. And I went, no, it's irrelevant. That's council land. So no, you can put it at the house. So we do know the rules and we will stop them from doing it. And we will police it for you to the best of our ability. And if we don't, we'll call you and tell you which ones are being naughty. And safety-wise, yeah, let's just let us do it and not them, because if they get involved with putting signs up. And it would be good to have one person's number who we can phone and talk to. Like if we do get to the position where something has to be in a park or it has to be, that's the only physical place a signboard can go on a corner, then it would be good to be able to just call someone and say, here's a map. We've got our orders the day before, so it means we can call you, email you a map and say, this is the only place we can put that sign physically. That's safe. Are you happy with that? If you give us the go-ahead, then we'll go from there. And that's it in a nutshell, really. Yes. We're doing that currently now anyway. So, like, I mean, we know the rules. The agents just will always push their luck, and you know that as well as I do. Like, you know, if they've got a rule that says it's 14 days, they'll make it 25. But we do try our best because we don't want our signboards also sitting in the field for 2 years. So we're kind of aware the minute we see, we don't get the sold stats as well, but we know when we drive past and we see a sold sign, we start counting in our head, and our guys are very good because my guys, for example, are franchised owners and they own their signboards. So they're just as happy to get their signboard back so they can put it back out in stock. They don't want to build more. So yeah, that's good. And we can monitor the election ones as well, because I pick them up out the waterways every year. Because nobody does, so we do. I can bring them back to you. So yes, we're very passionate about life and signboards. And I don't want any core flute in the ocean. I'm a bit of a greenie. So we don't, Stephen knows I'm not a fan of having core flute anything, so I don't want any core flutes lying in waterways or in the ocean. It's not a good look for Tauranga. It's not what we need.
You've got Glenn's vote. Any questions for Kim from other councillors? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Just in terms of the close to the boundary thing, are you suggesting that if the intention is clear, that most of the agents would just comply if they know what we're trying to achieve? That's probably the main thing. And so long as we're being reasonable, and if there's a strip of concrete, we're not, being unreasonable.
I mean, we're already doing that with them anyway, because they know they can't push it, because you've got the fence, then you've got the first bit of green grass, then you've got the footpath, and you've got the second bit of green grass. If they could, it would be on the second piece of green grass facing the traffic. But like I had an argument with an agent just on McLeod Place. It's a cul-de-sac, and I put it right up by the boundary fence, and the agent was like, no, you need to bring it all the way forward and turn it. I said, it's a cul-de-sac. By the time they get down here, they will have already seen the sign, so no. So we are very strict with them now already, and we'll just tell them that that's the new rule. Either that or you lose the big size signboard. So they will listen. I think they've seen enough evidence now to know that they have to listen, and we'll just make them listen.
Councillor Curran.
Hey, Kim, an earlier submitter wanted a V-shaped board, so it's viewable from both
That
directions.
would be Eve St Kelly Ormsby.
I can't comment, but
Yeah. So what they want is to have the signboard facing the traffic to the best of their advertising. And then, but if you've got traffic coming the other way, they want to put their corflute sign here. Again, if we've got a big berm, like if you know Pokahina, for example, we've got like 1/2 kilometre of space. So it's pretty easy, and we can say to them, okay, we'll let it go and we'll put a V there because we can see it. But if we're in the avenues, for example, and we don't have that much berm, well, then that's a solid no. If we're rural, again, then it's completely different because we've got the space, but then again, we've got to be careful of the Highways Act and transit.
and would that be classed as 2 signs or 1 sign with
It would be classed as
sides?
2, and again, it's their little corflute. I don't think they need it. I think they should have 1. You see, if we give them the size, then we don't have to argue about having 2 signboards because then they've got the size to put everything they need on it. They don't need to make a second corflute. That's my personal opinion. The second corflute is always the one that just has their name and phone number on it bigger than on the sign because their name is smaller and their face is smaller. And that's the issue because we know it's all about them. That's all it is. Keep an agent happy, make sure their face can be big and their name can be big. That's it. Hey. Yeah, and the election signs, yeah. Correct. So so I just think they don't need them. They can always, at the bottom of the sign, and I've said to some agents, there's a gap between the sign and the grass normally of that much. So if they're that desperate, we can put another face plate here with their name bigger, but then it's still 1 sign and it looks neat. And it's also easier for the poor person mowing the grass because they're the ones I have sympathy for as well because they've got to go and mow that lawn and get around 5 pieces of... It's a lot.
There's some great conversation covered there. No further questions? If not, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. You're our last person of the day, so...
When do we expect to answer?
Everyone's looking at each other. Yeah, 1st of September council meeting, that's right.
That's close to my birthday, so that'll be good news.
Okay. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Right, so we will have a recommendation here as well. So I will, I think we're well outside the 10 minutes, aren't we, for Kelly?
Yes, we are.
We're 28. Okay, that's good. No, we'll go with that, and if he, we can make sure we cover his submission and read it. So I will put the motion, which is up on the... Yeah. Okay. I won't read it this time because it's already up, so I'll give you a moment to read it yourself, councillors. Pretty straightforward, as Caroline says. So, firstly, I have a mover in Councillor Roseboom, and Councillor Rolliston will second that. Thank you, Councillor Rolliston. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I would, Chair. I'd like to thank all the residents who submitted to us today and all those who turned up in person to present in person. Your time is valued, and what you've had to say today is also valued, and we appreciate your time and effort in coming in here and being recorded for prosperity, in other words. But no, it's given us a lot to think about and consider while we determine where we're going to go from here.
Thank you, Councillor Rolliston. Any further discussion on this matter? No? Okay, so that being the case, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? None. That is carried. Thank you very much. And that ends our formal business. So item 11, there's no late items, and that just leaves us with a closing karakia, and I believe Councillor Morris, you were going to do a quick prayer. Thank you. I'd love you to.
Tēnā koutou nā manuhiri ki Marea Nui, mō te korero I tēnei rā. He inoi tātou, let us pray. Kia tau ki a tātou katoa te atawhai o tātou ariki a I hukaraiti me te aroha o te atua me te whiwhi na tahitanga ki te wairua tapu ake. Amine.
Amen.